There we go. Please rise. At this meeting, help us to make decisions which keep us faithful to our mission and reflect our values. Give us strength to hold to our purpose, wisdom to guide us, and a keen perception to lead us. And above all, keep us charitable as we deliberate. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll have public comments now. I have 2 cards. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. If you're here to speak and didn't turn in a card, they're back there. Mr. Hickey.
That should be working. Madam Mayor, Council, I appreciate your time tonight. My name is Bob Hickey. I'm a resident of Dunwoody, a citizen of Dunwoody for 40+ years. I'm here tonight to talk about the status of the illegal and unsafe guns that have been in the city's possession for some time period. Some of these guns have been in the city's possession. 6 of the guns have been in the city's possession since before they became a city, contrary to what Chief Grogan said last week. 8 of these guns are illegal. They have no serial numbers on them. And if you sell those guns, then you're trafficking in the illegal sale of guns. At least 20 of the guns are unsafe. Unsafe to us as citizens, unsafe to our kids in schools when other kids could easily put them in a backpack or their lunchbox or their suit bag or whatever they want in their belt, okay, in their pocket. 20 of them are unsafe to our kids in school. Okay, they're unsafe to Chief's police force. If they stop people on the highways or anywhere at night, 20 of those guns are unsafe to the city of Dunwoody police force. So I'm here tonight to say you need to do the right thing and have those guns destroyed. Okay, do the right thing and have those guns destroyed. There's latitude in the language of the law that permits that. And I think you should do the right thing and have those guns destroyed. Illegal and unsafe guns before they do damage to our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Taylor.
Evening. Thank you for having me. Want to talk about a couple of things. One, the first time since we became a city, the taxes are raised. For some things that are nice to have, like concerts and all, but that's not a function of government. The core things is what you need to look at. You don't have a revenue problem, you have a spending problem. Spending a lot of money on studies that conveniently back into conclusions as you wanted at the outset. This is an extremely heavy, top-heavy and bureaucratic staff here that recommend these wants, not needs projects. Well, the council is supposed to make policy, have forgotten or don't remember what the first priority of government is: safety and security of constituents. And you're failing at that. Without safety and security from crime, fire and rescue issues are a separate thing, but they seem to be performing very well. But the ambulance service, and I know that's not a city function exactly, but you buy into that. Shouldn't be focusing on anything else until these basic core services are funded at 100% service levels, period. Last Friday, I was getting my mail out of my mailbox 6:40 in the evening. I live on a cul-de-sac right off of Peeler Road and near the intersection of Winters Chapel. Heard gunshots coming from, sounded like the intersection of Peeler and Winters Chapel. Called 911. Numerous other people in the area did call 911. They were gunshots, in fact. So I stayed down there. I gave my number to Chatcom. Basically said, I'm glad to talk to the officer, kind of point out where I heard him from and all. Waited. I didn't expect the officer to come to me, and he didn't. Went right to the scene, which is good. but it took 18 minutes for the first officer to arrive. Now, he was going like hell down Peeler, kind of almost as fast as the drag racers do over the weekends, but it took 18 minutes for the first officer to arrive at the scene. That is unconscionable in my book. I mean, would that be acceptable if any one of you called 911 for gunshots in your neighborhood or close to your neighborhood and almost 20 minutes elapsed? I called at 6:44. The first officer was there coming down Peeler, add another minute, take away another minute for the call. You're still right at 18 or 19 minutes. I don't know if they caught the person or not, but the officer came to my house. He said they had numerous calls for the gunshots. But again, that's unconscionable. 911, and it's good, the chief came to DHA a couple of weeks ago and spoke, and, I know we're short-staffed. One of the things he said they're putting in the area around Pedestrian Industrial is a gunshot detector, which for those of you who don't know, it's a little thing. Chief, what does it have? 4 or 5 little spike mics on it? Chief? I'm sorry. The gunshot detector is basically it zeroes in on the angles and the sound and everything, and it gives you direction and approximate range where the gunshots come from. The last time I saw one of those, I was in Afghanistan. It's sad that in a city like this, we can't have enough proactive patrolling to do that. I agree with any technology, but it's officers on the
Thank you,
street.
Mr. Taylor.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will have another public comment. Another public comment section at the end of the meeting. And with that, we will move to reports and presentation. I believe Michael Starling is leading the next one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. While we get this up, we're here tonight to discuss.
And I think you'll need to lean into the microphone as
Yeah,
well,
sorry about
please.
that.
That's okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and Okay, yep. So we're here tonight to give another update on Edge City 2.0. There's been a lot of activity behind the scenes. The consultant is here to talk about 3 scenarios that they've put together. We're moving towards October when we're going to have a lot of outreach to the public, a lot of opportunity for people to give input finally on the final scenario. So we'd love your questions, comments, what you like, what you don't like tonight about the 3 scenarios. And then Andrew is going to talk about sort of next steps. So Andrew Core is here from Pond. Thank you.
Bring it up so I can see it. Should be, I'm not sure. Well, I'll bring it up. There we go. If I do that, does it move?
No, it's good on the,
It is?
yeah, it's not changing that.
It's not? It's not coming up. I can't see it. So I can't see it turned. If I do it now, does it move?
Now it is, yep.
Okay, we'll
Yes,
just do it
yeah.
that way. If I screw up, just kind of yell at me. Something's not right. I'm talking to the wrong slide. I'll have Jonathan. Oh, there we go. Oh, oh. I like it. Oh. Great. I don't know what happened then. I didn't do anything. Didn't do that.
Let's try. Okay, you're good to go.
Okay, great. All right, thank you again for your time this evening. I'm going to spend about hopefully about 15-20 minutes to give you a brief overview. And then we want to turn over to questions for you all. So I'm trying to be succinct, but also give you enough information to where you have a good understanding where the process is going. As Michael mentioned, we've been in this process now that you see on the screen there, beginning with our market analysis and looking at trends and development and looking at the existing conditions. And we've taken that into looking at potential real estate programs and understanding what different land uses and things for the perimeter area. And as you can see there, we're in the scenario refinement stage. So we're taking all these ideas,
hear feedback from the public in addition to what we know from the market and what's on the ground, and putting that together for possible scenarios. And we've tested those scenarios with the stakeholder committee, and then we'll talk about those today. Before I do that, I just want to kind of highlight the most recent kind of engagement was our stakeholder advisory committee workshop on this past Thursday, July 21st. It was a great opportunity. We had 3 different rooms and small groups of the stakeholders moving around between the different rooms, giving them providing feedback on the different scenarios, each room being facilitated by a consultant team member with staff in each room. So it was a really good conversation that we had, and we got really good ideas coming away from that, which we'll share at a high level in a moment. I've shown this this slide before in the past when I presented to you, and we use it just as a context to understand where we are in terms of a ratio between kind of residential and retail and office. And as you can see, Dunwoody, the Edge City 2.0 area, which is the perimeter area, really kind of falls somewhere in the middle within these other competitive nodes, whether we're talking about on one end Marietta or all the other way in Alpharetta and North Point. So they kind of somewhere in the range. Neither of them are, none of these are wrong or good or bad, but it just gives you a sense of context of where you are in the process. And as we go forward, it gives you more data to think about where you want to be in the future. So as part of this effort, as I mentioned, we began developing development scenarios based on the input and data we received and all the data we looked at. We developed 3 different scenarios, and I'll go through each of these momentarily, but I wanted to provide these on the screen so you can see kind of the broad strokes of each of them. One was known as Live and Walk. That was an area, that's one we'll talk about momentarily, where it was kind of a decentralized approach. Gather was taking a very different approach and focusing on an area around a civic space and having development built around that. And then scenario C, what we call transit-oriented development, is really kind of more oriented to what's been happening previously and historically in and around the Dunwoody MARTA station, and focusing on growth just in and around that core area around the Dunwoody MARTA station, building upon that access to MARTA. So we took at these 3 different areas, and what we told everybody and what we'll tell you this evening is there's no one scenario. It wasn't like we have to pick one or the other. It was really what are the best ideas from each, because when we come down and refine a preferred approach, it's going to be not any one of these, but probably ideas from each of them. They'll make the preferred scenario. But we do it this way to kind of gather feedback and to understand what hits home the most with the different stakeholder advisory committee and what seems to resound well with them. So I'm going to begin by talking briefly about scenario A. On the screen, you'll see a description of it, which is this idea of a live walk scenario that places a focus on decentralizing development nodes throughout perimeter center. Mid and low rise development and green space is spread evenly in the study area and connected by a walkable grid of roads and pathways. And what does that mean in reality? So you'll see on the screen a color coded schematic map. There are areas in large purple. Those areas kind of our core redevelopment nodes, those bigger ones, of areas where we think we can see redevelopment happen in the future. You'll see the smaller purple areas. These are areas where we call it nodes, right? Cross points of roadways, where the out parcels and the corners are really kind of key gateways and opportunities to see better redevelopment. You'll see the green in the open space as kind of very schematic, but kind of areas where you could see different areas of potential park space. You'll also notice a series of arrows and connection points showing how you build out a road network now. Right now, you have a lot of massive super blocks. They're not as human oriented as we'd like them to see, and so kind of breaking down some of these larger super blocks, and particularly look at the mall space, which is a very large space, begins to develop a better roadway network that is more palatable from someone walking or driving. It's not so huge. So when you begin doing that, you begin having these kind of areas, as you can see, in the Northwest, the Northeast, Southeast, and Southwest, kind of different neighborhoods. Those neighborhoods have their own character. They have their own development patterns, but they're linked through a network of roads and trails. As we talk about kind of land uses that are happening there, one of the focus points is looking at different kinds of, density, like when I talk about density, kind of the height and things, what's the scale? We talk about whether it's city mixed use or village mixed use, areas that are, again, similar to what you've experienced historically, what you see, areas that have townhomes, have condos, have apartments, a blend of those, have a mix of small neighborhood retail, focus of that area, and kind of spread throughout evenly throughout the study area, and looking at kind of a moderate height, again, something you've experienced traditionally. We also showed some imagery. This imagery in each of the different rooms and kind of pulled together. We got feedback from other individuals from the stakeholder advisory group that said, generally speaking, this is image preference. These are things people may be drawn to that we like about, this particular development type in this scenario. So you can see everything ranging from maybe kind of new and creative office spaces, different types of townhomes or stacked flats, creative, smaller neighborhood open spaces, and what mixed use might look like in this kind of scenario. But again, really to give a visual idea, not one or nothing one exact, but kind of an approach. Now we're going to shift our focus here to scenario B. This scenario concentrates on redevelopment around a central gathering space along Ashford Dunwoody Road. Development nodes are a mix of low, medium, and high. So there's a range depending on where you are in and around the perimeter center area. But there's also development focused around this kind of central green space. Part of the challenge we have in the perimeter area is there's no kind of one central gathering civic space. Now, you may argue the mall is a central gathering spot from a retail perspective historically, but it's also a large, I would argue that it's a lot of asphalt, it's a lot of parking lots. It doesn't have that kind of civic feel that you might say is a town green or something that would kind of draw people together. So the idea here was to think about maybe a different scenario and say, if we use, for instance, the mall's front lawn, as you'll see in a second, and focus on development around that, would that create a different gateway? Because again, Ashford Dunwoody is kind of one of your main spines into that area, is the eastern boundary of the perimeter center. It can be a barrier right now. That's both designed because of the land uses around it and kind of how it's designed. I think long-term, it could be something that's very attractive and can be kind of the gateway right into this kind of core area. So let me show you kind of what that looks like. Similar diagrams in terms of coding, but you'll notice a big difference here in this scenario as we put a large green space kind of in that front lawn space. Now, this is a square, okay, a square drawn on a map. It's very high level. So when you say, what is that? What's in the green? Well, it's not just turf. It's not just grass. It's not a ball field. The idea is to be a kind of a community civic space. I've always used like Swanee Town Center as an idea, a concept. You can use City Springs as a much smaller version of that, kind of when they have that kind of, it's much more plaza oriented. But the goal here with this scenario is you still have development on the perimeter, but the goal is to bring people physically and kind of draw them from a trail connection and roadway down to that central space. It becomes the hub, right? And then you orient development around that appropriately, design it appropriately in that way. So what you're seeing on the screen is something very similar to that. Again, you're going to have in your core area around an area, let's say like the central green space, you're going to have more a variety of uses, mixed use, greater height. But when you get out to the edges, in perimeter marketplace at the top, perimeter village at the top or further east, you can see more of a kind of what we call like a suburban multifamily. Again, terminology we've used here and speaking to you before, a range of uses between townhomes, stacked flats, condos, kind of a mix of a variety of uses that are scaled appropriately as they get closer to residential areas. So it's a little bit of mix of both. Again, imagery, this imagery is different than what you saw on the previous screen. Obviously, number 2 dominates the screen, this idea of kind of a central space and what happens there. It's all about activation and connectivity, right? And then you have kind of vibrant, active office, retail, mixed use around that. Supported by, like, for instance, in number 1 in the corner, against different types of architecture and different kinds of residential living that's multifamily in nature. But when we think multifamily, attached townhomes, attached condos, things like that.
Is that Boston, the number 2 one up there? Just curious.
It is not.
No, okay,
Do you know where that?
it's okay.
It's not though. It's not Rose Candy Greenway because I know Rose Candy. It's not that one, but I know why it feels very, it is that rectilinear space. So I'm sorry, I don't know where it is. I remember when we got it, where it came from. Scenario C. So historically, what we've seen when we see a lot of the high office retail and growth, it's been around the MARTA station, and you've seen that recently, right? So this is kind of that focus on the higher density development nodes that are located kind of on the perimeter mall site and adjacent properties, but focused on that core area, and really focusing on the density around that area, because that's going to be a great use of the MARTA site, right? Kind of taking advantage of that and making those connections there. But then making sure it's very accessible from the area around there. A lot of what you'll see on the screen here is this idea that you'll see a lot of development nodes focused in and around within a 5 to 10 minute walk, really a 5-minute walk from the MARTA station, but thinking about other connections, potential strategies for pedestrian bicycle connections to get you across Ashford Dunwoody in various ways. You'll see each of those scenarios, we've kind of given different ways to do trails and bicycle pedestrian networks, just kind of testing them. No one way is right. Some of them will be a combination of all of them, but you'll see that. And again, the focus on the density, when we say urban mixed use, it's really that taller facilities that you already see there today with State Farm and others that are kind of out there, but focused on that in around the MARTA station. And in this scenario, we don't see a lot on the other side of Ashford Dunwoody Road, simply because we're kind of illustrating in this scenario, not that you wouldn't see that normally, but where's the intentional development we would want to focus on would be in here. So again, different kinds of imagery, similar to what you've seen before, but higher end retail with office and kind of a live work district, right? More live work is currently there today. Wanted to kind of talk a little bit about next steps and what we've heard. And so you'll see in this slide that I showed from the beginning is our goal is to reevaluate and refine the scenario. So we're kind of taking feedback, we're looking at that and saying, okay, what makes the most sense? We got a lot of great feedback from the Stakeholder Advisory Committee and saying, okay, again, elements from each of those scenarios I just presented, come away with a good sense of how we can kind of blend these ideas together. We put some ideas out there, we got feedback, and then our goal is to refine that scenario, ultimately leading to some strategic implementation strategies. I do want to kind of share some key takeaways though. One is a lot of people agreed, especially with the Stakeholder Advisory Committee, that we want to continue focusing on development, higher density development and intensity development around the MARTA station. Let's take advantage of that. The more you do that, also provides an opportunity to continue to engage MARTA and say, look, you may be on a lower tier for rehabilitation now, but as we bring this MARTA station up to the forefront in terms of development, it's going to require a greater focus. This idea of a central programmed green space with pockets of green space in surrounding neighborhoods. I think the trick here is wherever you put that, whatever the central green space may look like, it's got to be connected, and kind of whether it's a string of pearls or a series of trails and connectivity options, it needs to have some kind of connectivity. So it's not just kind of a randomly placed park. They need to have sense and purpose wherever they go throughout there. Something we heard over and over again, we've got to continue in this area to kind of make a safe and extensive bicycle pedestrian network. You have the bones. The goal here is to link those together and begin filling out some of the work you've already done in other areas and building upon that, and then bridging that gap, which is really Ashford Dunwoody over, and then further, how do you get people outside the perimeter area to here? So it's kind of a tiered system of how you make those connections. And then a lot of people really were drawn to the street grid. This kind of, when I showed that first scenario where you're saying, hey, let's take these super blocks and be intentional when development comes along, that we really focus on more human oriented scale that kind of breaks it down, right? So it's not these massive spaces that we have a hard time adjusting to, and will make it much more attractive and desirable long-term and more sustainable. So that's really our goal. As you can see on the screen, we're working through mid-September, the final strategies. We're going to be going out to the public in mid-October, and we'll have a draft EdgeCity 2.0 document onto the staff in the city by mid-November. So I want to be brief there and then turn it over to you all for questions this evening, because I know there's a lot of content to share with you all. So happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. And I will start with Councilman Hennigan, if that's okay.
Yeah, and I appreciate the efforts in the meetings. No real questions look forward to more presentations or, next steps from here.
Councilman Seconder.
Yeah, thanks for the process moving forward. Got a lot of cats to herd. And how many different stakeholders to actually see something come to fruition? Could you imagine the complexity of the layers? Talking to MARTA, are we actively engaging with MARTA in this conversation? Redesigning the station? Is that part of this Edge 2.0?
It's not part of this, but it is I think the city is aware, as you begin more attention on that area, it warrants conversations with MARTA. I mean, I think they're open to finding good partnerships to figure out a way to kind of continue making that focus. And regardless of the development, let's say take the development out of it for a second, key connections emanating from MARTA. When you think about that 10 minutes you leave from MARTA station, which direction you go, it's got to be clear, it's got to be safe, it's got to be connected. So there's a lot of conversations to be had. Again, not part of this scope, but I think the city is very aware of, like, the staff is like, hey, let's go engage it. You want to answer?
Yeah, I'd also say that Ann Hanlon is on the stakeholder advisory committee, so she's very engaged. And what we think this is going to provide PCID and the city sort of ammunition is not the right word, but say, hey, here's what's coming. This is what we're planning. We need you to be a partner. So
Yeah, I'd love that. And I'd also, the chicken and the egg kind of thing. But if they don't wait for us and they do something to open that, put ground floor retail, make it pedestrian friendly to the street, all those sort of things, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
Councilwoman Harris.
Again, I just thank you. I really liked this scenario ABC because it made me think, and I really liked the presentation and how it's all coming together. So I look forward to moving down the path.
Councilwoman Lautenbacher.
I'll just reiterate or back up what Councilman Seconder said about MARTA. I think we need to work with them and see where they're headed. They do a lot of transit-oriented development, and we wouldn't want to work against anything coming there. Thanks.
Councilman Price.
All right, just two comments, I think, on information that would be nice to see in the final. One is this idea of a big central civic space or plaza, just how feasible that is, what experience other cities have had in that just seems to me that's going to be a tough thing to implement down there. So I just want an idea of what that might be versus pocket parks, which to me seem much more feasible. Has the study looked at traffic, or is that outside the scope of this?
We understand the traffic impacts. We're not looking directly at traffic and saying what if and then we can. A lot of this is 10, 15 years down the road. It's hard to kind of project. What if you build this road? There's a lot of what ifs.
Yeah,
But we are aware of the challenges. It's not going away. However, if we can find if we can build out the network to some degree, it will help with that.
It would be, if it could just even touch on, even
Sure,
if in a qualitative, not a quantitative way,
Yes.
just touch on how the different scenarios or options might adjust traffic in that area.
Yes, we are doing that. I'm
Okay.
just looking from the data, saying we're not looking at each scenario from a traffic analysis standpoint in that detail, but qualitatively, absolutely.
Excellent. And then the last question was just what kind of feedback we got from the mall owner? That's kind of, you talk about big block, that's the big block. If we want changes there, that's the property owner we need to be talking to.
Right.
So.
This idea of a grid network is not foreign to them. I think they recognize, without speaking to them, and I don't want to get ahead of whatever they're doing, but I feel fairly certain saying that they understand that kind of that grid pattern that is a new type of retail that they're seeing successful. And so, remaking those malls is a big effort. So we're trying to be sensitive to how they, the timelines they work under, but also realizing that I think if they saw that grid, they wouldn't be surprised. And I think they would be welcoming to that.
Sounds good. I look forward to the final product. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Lambert.
Yes, thank you. I'll just echo everyone's comments already. Thank you for the presentation. This is real important as our city continues to evolve, and in particular the perimeter area. We've got to be ahead of the curve to make sure that what's happening there is consistent with our vision of what it should be. So this is really important to me. I echo a little bit of Councilman Price's comments about, I do want to make sure that what we have in there is achievable. I mean, aspirational, but attainable. We need to think big, but we can't have pie in the sky ideas that that'll never come to fruition. So, you know, aspirational but attainable, I think is the way I would phrase that. And then the final product is this. I know we just did a update to our comprehensive plan last year. Is this going to be folded into the comprehensive plan? How are we going to ensure that whatever the final presentation or recommendations are things that we are able to implement?
Yeah, I think a lot of their work is coming from the comp plan. I mean, if you read what the comp plan says about perimeter, it fits exactly what they're doing. I think the next step, whether the zoning code or some of those issues you might want to look at, I can't really answer those, but I think that would be the next step. Like if you have a vision, how does that fit into what your zoning talks about? But the comp plan, I think, fits perfectly with what.
Yeah, and I think that's important because if we come up with a recommendation or a document through this process, I want to make sure that it's something that we are referring to and using and not waiting another 5 years to roll it into the next comprehensive plan update. But let's be ahead of that. But yeah, thank you. It's great. And I look forward to the final presentation.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, so I just had a couple of points and I serve on the advisory committee, so I've had lots of input. But one thing I think wasn't clear in your presentation was the timeline. You touched on it as an answer, but I think when we present to the public, it's really important to set expectations and also make sure people understand that if we approve this in November, that nothing will change in December. You know, it's not going to change overnight. It's we use 20-year forecast. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so I think when you come back to us with presentations, you almost need to lead with that because it makes it sound like this is imminent. To Councilman Lambert's point, I think it's really important as we move forward that we don't adopt something that isn't really doable, which is kind of how I felt and voted against the last perimeter plan because I didn't think it was really doable. And so and we can set a time frame. It's fine to set a time frame. 20 years seems like a long time, but I can remember when I first got on council a little more than 10 years ago, and none of the changes that we might have projected 10 years ago have actually ever like it's just the market doesn't move, especially the commercial real estate market doesn't necessarily move at the speed of anything. And so I think it's important that we come forward with a plan that's doable. So to the point about, there is just for council's information, there is someone from MARTA serving on the advisory committee. And so I believe that's correct, right,
Yeah,
Michael?
yeah.
Thank you. And also, we don't have to solve it tonight. I think we need more than one public meeting to roll this out. So we can talk about that. Michael, if y'all could talk about, Eric, if y'all could talk about that internally, please. And unless anybody else has any other questions, thank you very much. It was a good presentation.
Thank you.
Next up, Mr. Vinicki with a retreat update.
Now you're going to make me do it. It was up here. Seeable? Okay.
Yes, we're seeing it.
The council, when you had your retreat back in, seems like many moons ago, February or March of this year. You had a retreat. And one of the things we want to do is at least midway through the year, update you on the progress of all the items at the end of it. So that's what this is all about. We planned to deliver it a little bit ago, but just due to time constraints, it got pushed on. So going through some of these, and some of these I'll go through rather quickly because they're pretty cut dry, check off boxes done. The general fund millage rate, one of the things that was discussed in depth at the retreat was the financial status of the city, which is healthy, but is in the planning stages of starting to do operational forecast. And the council took action on this year by raising the millage rate to the cap of 3.040, which for residents of the city is just 2.040 because of the 1 mil discount. And as everybody found out that when all the tax rates went out for all the cities in DeKalb this past week, even with that increase, Dunwoody's is still the lowest aggregate rate of all cities within DeKalb. So when you add county plus city plus school,
we are still the lowest, even with that increase in there, which still shows you where we fall on the scheme of things, even with the increase. This will allow no planned use of another increase until, or at least revisiting until 2024, 2025, based off of current forecast, which when you receive the budget on August 31st, there will be a new updated forecast associated with it. Special tax districts were discussed. We've worked with Ken and I have sat down and we need to talk to the tax commissioner of DeKalb County a little bit about this, but we will be bringing back to you in the next few months resolutions to create special tax districts primarily for either public safety or parks or both. The creation of it does not incur a tax. It just allows you to do it. However, if you want to use it in year 2, you need to pass it in year 1. So that's part of the reason of us bringing it in the second half of the year. A third thing, and that's bonded debt, third part of financial thing here. We had multiple town halls, we had discussions and committee meetings. And at this evening, at the end of the council meeting, we'll be going through more details about this, about recapping what we went through and what the next steps are as far as this is concerned. So we'll be discussing the timelines and that at the end of the meeting tonight in a separate presentation. ARP funding, the grant committee got together and allocated about 1.16 million out of the 18 million roughly of ARP. We are beginning the process. PC Park is underway. We've started on the grant application process for not-for-profits is ongoing. We are hopefully bringing that back to you at the next council meeting or the second one in September. And we decided to do that internally as opposed to other places that are paying about 15% on the dollar to administrate it. I will say out loud, it's a little bit of a burden, but we are making our way through it. And we'll be able to actually not have to allocate any of the administrative costs that we thought we would on that. Department assessments with police. We posted an RFP about that and it was approved. Oh, sorry about that. Approved on August 8th, and it'll take about 8 months for implementation or 8 months for the finished product. Public area lighting, police and public work have been reviewing areas and they plan to bring those back to council about adding that in, and we'll be able to use that to serve areas that are currently not quite up to the standards we as a city would like. Additional license plate readers are working. We're working with the vendor to identify locations and install them to be completed by year's end. Nuisance and commercial business. This is one of the things that both police and community development are working with, and legal is actually going to prepare a response back to you sometime in this quarter, maybe early fourth quarter, as far as an official response of actions that the city can take. Licensed mental health clinician. This is one of those fortuitous things. As I was updating this, I happened to be walking in the hall and met her. So got the update straight from her. She started on board in May 23rd, and she's been working with familiarizing herself with our procedures and the community itself. And by now, so we delayed this about 2 weeks, further action is underway, but that program is up and running. County emergency medical services. I think a lot of that was discussed about 2 weeks ago here. So we are ongoing with that. We actually met with the county staff this week, staff to talk more details about it. And once we get some more solidification on that, we'll be bringing those back to you. Comprehensive bike pedestrian plan. When we left the retreat back in February and March, one of the deliverables that was asked was for what we're now calling the core transportation plan. Northeast, Southwest. That evolved over the public hearings into a citywide plan. However, this process has been ongoing for the next few weeks, and we expect to bring that core plan back to you shortly, which will then be folded into the citywide plan. A great deal of effort has gone into it, so we don't want to scrap it, but want to use it for what we can. So consider all the things with paths and trails, a two-part process, one looking at the core and one looking at citywide. So we'll go a little bit more into that on the bonds part later today, but that process is going along smoothly right now. The corridor walkabout was originally scheduled for June 3rd, and due to a lot of people not being able to make it, we're going to reschedule it. So it will be rescheduled sometimes for the fall when it's less humid and rainy and the like. Dunwoody Village Action Plan. The consultants have been working on that, and city staff met with Regency in last week or week before last on it. And one of the things that we're doing is in the possible budget that you're going to see in 2023, looking at a joint funding option of some type. So we're working on discussions, and hopefully you'll have a deliverable to that before the end of the year. Joint City Council Development Authority, we've held one and we're going to hold the next one sometime, hopefully, I think in the, if I can remember if it's, I don't think the date has been set as of yet, but we're looking on that. Create Dunwoody is one of those that, as somebody says, is a work in progress, and we are still working on it. And that is one of the deliverables that we hope to get you a more finalized part later. Public art locations was updated. This was almost the first thing out of the gate. All the websites and collateral of the city were updated. The sewer at Vermac, we were asked to address whether or not we need to do that now. And because Vermac will have additional construction at a later date, it's not recommended to do anything at this time. There is no need for it. And if we did it now, until a plan's approved, it might not mesh with it. Therefore, we'd be tearing up work that we would do. So right now, we're not recommending it. Naming of public parks, you will be discussing later on tonight. The Scott Candler site, we worked with the county on looking at that, and right now they cannot recommend us using that for any type of linear park due to security concerns. Austin and Vermac plans, we've been asked to bring those forward, and that will be talked about again at the end of tonight with the bond process, because as we work to look at that, finalized plans are one of the things we need in hand. And the MARTA bus shelters, we have those agreements in hand. They expire at the end of this year, and we're going to work with the county on that. And the deliverable will be before the end of the year. And again, that was kind of a lightning quick round of doing it, but we wanted to make sure that the council knew of things as they were progressing. And if there's things that you still think are outstanding that are missing from this, it's a pretty long list.
Okay, I'll start with Councilman Lambert.
No, nothing to add really at this point. Just thank you for the update. It's good to check in to make sure we're on track, but it seems like we're on track with most of these items, so appreciate it.
Thank you very much. If the citizens want to see what we're doing, you know, we're doing daily stuff, we're reacting, but this is proactive. And so citizens, please look at this. This is your executives in session providing guidance to the direction for staff to undertake these strategic initiatives. So thank you all for keeping this going.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Next is the consent agenda. Does anybody have any questions or comments on that? It's just 2 items.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Seconder, seconded by Councilman Price. Any further discussion or comments? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor, say aye.
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 That passes unanimous. Anybody against? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. All right, Sharon, I believe you have to read the next thing.
This is the second read of an ordinance for consideration of a text amendment to regulate materials for residential driveways and other purposes. Paul Leonhardt.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. This is the second read for this. I'll quickly go over the changes that are part of your package. Takeaway from the last hearing was that y'all were recommending to allow gravel as a driveway material this way. That there was a willingness to do that. We now proposed 2 separate options of how to do it. One, like a more general lot coverage regulation that is sort of in your package as the ordinance, and the second one as an option that includes additional standards specifically for gravel driveways. What they both have in common is that they specify this minimum of 35% lot coverage in street yards. Compared to the last iteration that you've seen, this now will always include gravel surfaces. And that's because we need sort of a culture, we need something of this to work. And before we had tied parking to the gravel surfaces. And now we don't have that anymore because we allow it as a driveway surface. So we need to have a stricter limit for this. That's why the 35% lot coverage now applies to all gravel surfaces. And then again, like both options that you all have in front of you allow gravel as a driveway material. I'll go over both options. The first one is somewhat similar to what you all have seen At the last iteration, it has the 35% lot coverage maximum in street yards. And if you look at the graphic at the very bottom, it shows how it works. Like on the left-hand side, you see a typical interior lot. So something that's in the middle of like a house that's in the middle of a block. It has a street out front. And then what we consider the street yard is the area between the house, between the front of the house and the street. So the typical front yard, that's the street yard. Here, 35% of that could be covered in gravel or in any other impervious surface, so concrete, asphalt, a fountain, you know, but so any of that could be up to 35%. If you have a corner lot on the right-hand side, you have two street yards, both your front yard and your side yard are street yards because they're adjacent to a street. The 35% lot coverage requirement would apply separately to both yards. So it wouldn't be the combination of the areas of both yards, but it would be applying to each yard individually. So none of the two yards could have more than 35% lot coverage. So what this would do is it would maintain flexibility in driveway and yard design, but it would ensure that the bulk of the yard would have to be grassed or like in some sort of a pervious surface. The second option that's part of your package also has the 35% lot coverage requirement, but it implements additional standards for gravel driveway. And these are sort of for the design, for the material that can be used. And I'll quickly go over all four parts because they weren't part of your package at the last meeting. So those are new as well. The first one, there's a minimum depth requirement for gravel driveways. So they have to be at least 4 inches deep, and then a minimum diameter requirement for the gravel fragments. And we need this so we can distinguish this from dirt pretty much. So those are design requirements to help sort of us to identify what is gravel. The second one is that there needs to be a durable border around it. So if it's just gravel in the yard that tends to wander, so it goes in adjacent areas. So the second requirement here to have a durable border constructed of wood, concrete, brick, or stone would ensure sort of that remains in place, and it would remain, you know, just a driveway and not a front yard covered in gravel. The third one is a maintenance requirement. So they would have to be maintained that if fragments go into adjacent parts of the yard, they have to be in regular intervals returned to the driveway. And then the fourth one is that we ask that the standard detail for driveway aprons has to be used, and that's the connection from the driveway to the city street. And that ensures that that doesn't impact drainage and that meets ADA standards when it comes to sidewalks. So this provides much more sort of substantive standards to the design of these driveways. We have both of the requirements we've drafted with an eye towards enforcement as well. So we've reviewed those with our code enforcement team, and we are confident that we can do code enforcement on both of the options that are in front of you all right now. If there's any questions, I'm available.
Okay. Questions? I'll start with Councilman Hennigan down there.
Thank you for the.
Wait, one second. This is how we do this one, right? There's no public hearing today. Thank you. Okay.
Paul, can you tell me more about, I'm looking at the change where it says driveway apron shall comply to the city of Dunwoody standard details, but does it go into any more detail? How do I know what those are?
So, and those are, we have a bunch of standard details for when it comes to streetscape projects, when it comes to sidewalks, and those may change from time to time. We also utilize Georgia Department of Transportation details. So those are not part of the code. Those are not sort of part of the code. They're not council approved per se, because they're technical standards that we're applying. And they're available to contractors. The design offices tend to have them available. And we can, yeah, certainly put them on the website or make them more
So
available.
basically, we're gonna have to, if they don't come to us and ask the question, we're gonna have to do code enforcement and notice that they're out of spec and then ask them to correct it. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how we're
Yeah,
not telling
that's-
anybody what to do. It's just,
And
we have these nebulous designs, come ask us.
No, it's really, it's common, like in a way. So that's for all the concrete driveways or the asphalt driveways that we're getting currently. That's the same, they're requiring the standard details. And that's any contractor knows, you know, to ask the city, like that's not an unusual thing. And we'll make them available.
Okay. When you said that the street yards, corner lots, they have 2 street yards, they have one on each side of the house. And I'm looking at the definition of street yards, which I believe is section 27,576. You said that each of the street yards would have a maximum of 35% and you couldn't combine it. You couldn't put, you know, the side of your house have a big, huge gravel lot because it would be over the 35.
Right.
Where in the proposed ordinance, does it say that each street yard would be separate? I want to, you said it and I just don't, I'm not reading that. So
No.
explain to me how we're doing that.
So this is a requirement for 35% lot coverage in a given street yard. And technically, so you have a front yard, a side yard, a rear yard, and another side yard. So if you have a typical house, you have 4 yards. And the requirement just applies to each individual yard. So it doesn't apply to a combination of yards or like to a pick and choose kind of a thing. It's something that applies to every single street yard. So in this case, it applies to your front yard, which is in this image here, the red area. And it applies to your side yard or the other street yard, which is the yellow area. Otherwise, you could just shift, let's say, you could pave over the entire red area and shift that from the yellow area.
Okay, so you're saying that this PowerPoint presentation and not the text of the ordinance is what it will be controlling?
No, it's just the ordinance. It's written that you have the lot coverage requirements, maximum lot coverage in street yards shall not exceed 35%. So it applies to each street yard individually.
I guess personally, I'm not hearing the differentiation between you're saying that there's 2 street yards and you can't have it in either, where I'm saying that, you know, I'm arguing that I could put it all in one. I'm trying to differentiate and try to make sure that your interpretation is actually written into code, and I'm just having a hard time seeing it. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe Richard, maybe somebody else can, you know, weigh in on it, but I'll defer to other counsel and maybe they see it differently, but I'm just trying to understand your comments and how does the ordinance as written portray that. So thank you.
Councilman Seconder.
Just if from a point of order procedural, if we want to go with you provided in the packet 2 resolutions, so we would want to annotate the one we're going to would take action on, correct? So just want to make sure we kind of understand how we take action on that, the one including driveways versus the other one. So thank you.
So your question is,
Just
how do,
if we want to do the include driveway, how do we move forward on that and take a motion on adopting that one? It's just
as opposed to the original resolution? I think there would have to be an amendment made, correct? I'm muting speaking, I'm sorry, microphone. That's okay. So I think you'd have to make an amendment to replace or add to whatever, same as every other motion, you'd amend it.
okay, all right, thanks.
Councilwoman Harris? Everything.
Paul, could you switch back to option 2? So option 1 is just the 35%, and then option 2 is with the gravel and those. And that is just the difference. So option 2 has everything option 1 does, plus the definition of gravel as allowable driveway material.
Correct.
I'm just making
Yep.
sure that I understand the two.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Lutton.
It says porous pavement, maybe substituted by approval from the community development director. And is that permitting? Is that then what we're saying? If I want to have it, I'm gonna need a permit?
Correct. So if you, and these things can happen two ways. Like, number one is, we receive it as part of a permit application. And then it is part of the regular permitting process. If it's not part of permitting, let's say you're just pouring a part of your driveway, you're repairing part of your driveway, then it could happen outside of the permitting process as well. Then they would contact us about the specific material that's used, and then we would review the material and then would give them the go ahead. And then that's what they could use, but they would need a form of pre-approval. So it could either happen through the permitting process or outside of the permitting process.
But driveways aren't normally permitted.
So driveways can be permitted if the land disturbance exceeds a certain amount. So if it exceeds, if the total disturbance exceeds 5,000 square feet, which is substantial, then they have to be permitted. If they're in conjunction with another project, you know, they are permitted as well, like if it's for a new house or a house addition. But if it's just a driveway repaving, that does not have to be permitted.
So we would need a marketing campaign to share the options. I mean, I think sustainability would want this too. If we want to even promote porous materials, this is what we can do, and this is how you would do it. Because otherwise people wouldn't know. If I don't need a permit, except maybe kind of for porous materials. Hard to enforce, I guess that's what I'm getting at, but I appreciate the leeway.
Rob.
All right. I have a question on option 2. And that's specifically with let's say somebody has an existing gravel driveway and they refresh it. How does that fall under this ordinance?
So they could do it so it would fall under a legal non-conforming pretty much entity. So it has legal non-conforming status, and that can be repaired. So for a gravel driveway, it would be assumed that it has to be repaired every so many years. It has to be refreshed. It has to be maintained, and that can be done under the non-conforming section of the code. So what can't be done is it cannot be extended.
Okay, so it would refresh, that was my question is if I have a gravel driveway and I refresh it, I'm still grandfathered in. I don't have to try to. All right.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Paul, for giving us a couple options tonight, based on the feedback we gave in the first meeting. Just a reminder, the reason why we're having this discussion is there were some complaints about certain properties that were brought to our attention, and this was done to hopefully address those situations. The lot coverage handled the majority of them. There was one though that was not handled strictly by lot coverage, and so for that reason, option 2 is my preference, something that has standards associated with it, because in essence, the other property basically just looks like they had a pickup truck full of gravel that they just put on the grass next to the driveway and kind of spread across the grass, spreading into the street because there's nothing to contain it. So having some standards associated with the gravel, I think, is important for the city and for the neighbors. So option 2, both, just to be clear, both of these options do allow for gravel. There was nothing that was prohibiting gravel or anything tonight. So we're deciding if we want to have something standards associated with the gravel or just gravel wherever you want. So my preference would be option 2 from a standpoint of procedure. Do we make a motion for a particular option? How is that going to be handled?
I'll ask a question as you come up. Is it cleaner to bring this back next week I don't think we can bring it as a new resolution though, because it's already been through the process. What's the easiest way to do what we need to do if we're gonna, if the consensus is around option 2, which we haven't figured that out yet, what's the easiest way to make sure we get this all done correctly?
So I've as part of the materials, I've given them different names as part of the package. So one is like the just like ordinance goes with this, and the other one has the name like the ordinance option, including. So if you would make a motion to adopt the ordinance option with gravel driveway standards, I think that would.
Thank you for that clarity, Paul, so we know what we're supposed to do. Appreciate that.
Hold on 1 second. No, I got it. I just want to look at one thing. Paul, can you go up to option 1 more time? Sorry. So in option 1, is gravel allowed? It is.
It is, yeah,
Okay. But there are cities where gravel's not allowed, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. All right. And then if you go to option 2, please. Did we discuss talking about the quality of gravel? Is that in there that gravel has to be a certain quality?
So we have this in there for the installation that it has to be sort of suitably compacted, and has to be a suitable sub base for this. So that's from an engineering standpoint that it's installed appropriately. What this does not include is sort of aesthetic standards for like a specific type of stone or specific color or specific roundness versus edginess of this. So that would still allow the homeowner to select the gravel fragments of their choosing.
So does that address satisfactorily that there's an environmental reason to allow gravel, but there's also an environmental reason to disallow gravel, right? Because if it's not applied appropriate or installed appropriately, or it's not the right kind, it makes its way into the stormwater system, right? Because it runs off, it's likely to run off. So does this address that concern?
It
The
does,
1/4 inch minimum diameter gravel, is that going to run off someone's yard?
So not typically. That's,
Okay.
you know, a 1/4 inch is your pea gravel type. That's not an untypical driveway element. The apron will help with that too, because it prevents things from just meandering out in the street. So I think from an engineering standpoint, we should be covered with this.
Okay. I don't love gravel, period. So I'm struggling with this one a little bit. I'm concerned that by saying parking areas, we really want people to have a driveway. And depending on the layout of their house, maybe a circular driveway if they need to, or a driveway and perhaps a park. I mean, this is aesthetics, right? But right now, at least in several places, we have people that have thrown gravel in their front yard and are parking near my house, 5 cars. And so does this get us to where we can pretty much have confidence that people are going to only be able to park on their driveway regardless of whether it's constructed of cement or gravel? Or are people still going to have a lot of leeway to throw gravel down and park a car on it?
So this would not allow for the just like tossing gravel down and then park a car. This would have to be installed with a proper boundary. So they would have to put in a curbing of some way, shape, or form. So it wouldn't be sort of this meandering where it merges with the yard and it becomes bigger every year. It wouldn't be like that. Like if we really wanted to be strict about parking in front yards, then we would need to take a look at that separately, because the 35%, you know, if you have a typical lot that's 100 feet wide, that still allows for more or less 35 feet of paved area in some way, shape or form. So it allows for a fair amount of parking area if someone so chose.
Right. I don't want to be an HOA, but I think we have people that are really abusing. I think maybe our code needs to be tightened on some of that maybe, but, yeah. And in the case they don't have 100 feet, so that might make a difference for
Well,
this
it's
one.
already in this code. In our districts, parking is prohibited in street yards except on approved driveways. I mean,
Right,
that's-
but we're saying,
That's already there.
right,
Right,
but
but
what we're-
gravel is an approved driveway right now,
right, so we're saying that you
You're
can
suggesting
define,
based on
The whole thing.
interpretation.
Not driveway.
right. So the interpretation is that if I have a driveway that looks like this and right now I add to my driveway with gravel, a rectangle or whatever, or just throw gravel down and pretend there's a shape. So they no longer can pretend there's a shape because they have to put in a border and all that. But they can still have 5 cars parked and depending on coverage. The potential is for them to have 5 cars parked because they're allowed to call the side thing part of their driveway, correct?
That's correct. So people are still allowed to park 5 cars in their front yard. Yeah.
And it looks like they're parked in their front yard, even if there's gravel, that's part of the problem.
Yeah, that would have to be a separate text amendment, and that is tricky. I mean, that is really tricky to
Right.
identify these areas compared to one another. But if that's,
Is it less tricky when you don't allow gravel at all?
I mean, you'll have, I mean, depending on budgetary reasons and depending what it is, that we're wanting to regulate, that there's, some people will for like still vast parking areas, with circular driveways that are widened where there's.
Right, and that's less environmentally desirable than apparently gravel, because some gravel is pervious. So I understand that, but I don't think our goal here is to have a gravel circular driveway. Well, at least maybe not my goal. Okay. And I know it's tricky to regulate cars in front yards. In places where they don't allow gravel, is it easier because you can't suddenly convert your whole front yard to a parking lot? That was a tricky question.
No, the sort of, I mean, where there's a will, there's a way. I mean, it makes it more expensive to build large parking areas, and it's cheaper with gravel. If that's your question.
Is 35% lot coverage pretty standard? Could we allow less lot coverage, or does that get us into, S.C. Richard, does it get us into dangerous territory?
Especially for small lots,
Right.
35% is not going to be much driveway.
Anybody else?
Yeah, well, I'll just add a comment. I thought, I'm actually with you. My preference would be no gravel at all. But I kind of got the sense last week that I was in the minority in that opinion. So if I'm not, maybe we need to have another discussion, but if we are going to allow, I think it's imperative that we have the standards. But we have the same issue, and I actually spoke with Paul earlier this week about this, where one of the homes, it is a concrete driveway where they just threw stone on the side of it so they can park 5 pickup trucks there. And I mean, that's what we're trying to prevent from happening. And
So we can pass this or not tonight. I mean, pass it, but I think we need to come back with a concrete, sorry for the pun, plan on addressing this clear abuse of our intention. So whether, I mean, just to bring us not necessarily an ordinance yet, but a discussion on how do we get the behavior is not really the right word. And I know people are all about their own property, but most people don't want 6 you need to see the examples we're talking about, and maybe we'll bring pictures to understand what we're trying to fix.
Also, even if we do pass this tonight, those existing will stay as they are.
So they're grandfathered in.
Right.
So we still need to look at how we address the parking. Or we don't think we can.
I'm not sure.
Go ahead, John.
Well, I would question, I was always of the belief that you had to park in a driveway, and the definition of driveway somehow got expanded to gravel, and I don't see that in our ordinance. Is there any place that, but based on current ordinance and current law, that gravel's actually allowed? Because I have a hard time seeing it.
In our ordinance, and I've researched this a lot, it does not state that driveway has to be paved or that paving disallows gravel.
Okay. Again, I just.
Can we look at it again? Has Ken reviewed it? Sorry, I mean, I'm just asking because this is absurd, not you, but just the whole situation. Intention is, I mean, right to what John said.
I was of the belief that when we first saw cars being parked on gravel, they were expanding their driveways and inappropriately, and there were issues raised to code enforcement. And at that point, code enforcement came back and said, nope, gravel's allowed. And I've gone over the ordinance and I don't see it, but again, I'm not a professional and I'm not, the intention to me was not allowing gravel, but that's just me. And now code enforcement and, you know, your office and yourself are saying that gravel's allowed. And it opens the Pandora's box to allow front yards to be used for parking lots. And then you have extended family who live with you. And next thing you know, you have numerous cars in front yards because that lot keeps expanding with every new, you know, niece and nephew that moves in. So it's troubling for the neighbors. It's troubling for the aspects of the community. And I don't want to be an HOA either. But again, what's appropriate for our community? And I was hoping for the definition of driveway to not include gravel. So we're trying to find an ordinance that works. And as the mayor raises, this is really not approving anything worthwhile tonight, as far as I'm concerned, as far as the long-term viability of what we're trying to fix. Yes, if we allow gravel, so it's going to be porous and, you know, we're going to limit the amount to 35%, but the enforcement of that is going to be very difficult. I don't know, I see this as an issue that's, we're putting forward a change, but I'm not sure it's going to be overly effective for what we want it to do.
I sort of thought that when we left 2 weeks ago, I thought we're kind of on a consensus that we were addressing the core issue. What happened in 2 weeks? I thought we left with, we were reducing the minimum lot coverage to get to the core issue. And now I know if you want to talk, let's bring it up as a separate option discussion about how many cars are parked and whatever else. But right now it's reduction of surface space, right? So what without this right now today, option one, if we did option one right now, what is the maximum lot coverage? Right now we're going to 35 max, right? By doing that, we're imposing that. What was it before this? Is it today?
We had a general lot coverage requirement on entire lots, and that's dependent on the surface area. That tends to be on Dunwoody lots 35% for the entire lot, so front, side, rear, and the house, so all of it, 35%. We have a section in the code right now that says only 35% of the surface can be paved, but it gets to exactly, or like of a street yard can be paved. But it gets to exactly this sort of loophole that we have in the code, where it doesn't state that gravel is part of paved surface, so there's no maximum for gravel.
Right, so we're addressing the maximum lot coverage, even when option one. Right, and then I appreciate it, the option to have the define of option two, to have best practice management there with good engineering and stormwater and making it pervious. So I do appreciate that option. So I think that this is moving forward. I think we are addressing, if you were to go out on Dunwoody Club Drive today and you see a homeowner and you see a whole bunch of gravel there, if option two was in place today, could they do that? And if they just moved there and it was just grass, right? Could they do what they're doing today if option two was enacted in code today?
They could not do it under either of the options.
Okay. So I think that if we set back, and I'll agree to have another conversation. I think that's healthy about car parking in yards. Okay. But I would like to go forward and I would like to support option two myself. Thank you.
Stacy,
I kind of thank you, Joe, because I kind of had the same feeling from 2 weeks ago. And I do think that we were trying to address the gravel and then we're bringing up parking, and like, that does seem very HOA to me at this point. I understand, but it is, in my mind, it is two separate issues, and option two, I believe, reaches the goal that we're trying to minimize. And we did listen to the chair of our Sustainability Commission and say, please consider gravel an allowable use. And I do believe we have to listen to him as well.
So just to be clear, people in Dunwoody have started abusing gravel and using it to park in their front yards. And that's why. So we don't have a lot of people, with the exception of like one house that we know about where they've gravelled their whole front yard. We have more people throwing gravel down and then saying it's part of their parking. So that's what I thought we were sort of solving both. But I agree that we can solve the gravel and then come back and talk about parking potentially. Anybody else? I don't think we have a motion yet.
I would move to adopt option 2, where it's stated at the attachment, ordinance residential driveways option, including gravel driveways. I would move for that.
Second.
Moved by Joe. Seconded by Stacy. Any further conversation? Hearing none, I call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Can you do by hands, please? Okay. All opposed, say no.
No.
No. It's 5-2. Thank you, Sharon. Sharon, I think you have to read this next one. Thank you all very much for all the time that went into this.
Item number 6 is discussion of approval of North Metro SWAT Memorandum of Understanding, adding Chamblee Police Department. Chief Grogan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As you know, the Dunwoody Police Department became part of North Metro SWAT back in 2009 with Johns Creek and Sandy Springs. Since that time, once Brookhaven became a city, they joined North Metro SWAT. And now we're seeking to have Chamblee join that as well. They've had an interest in probably 3 or 4 years in becoming part of North Metro SWAT. They currently have issues being serviced by DeKalb County, and it makes sense because we're all contiguous that they could become part of that. They can bring much needed manpower to the team, and I think it would help us overall be a stronger team. And so I'd be happy to answer any questions. And this MOU is just adding Chamblee. It doesn't change anything. Y'all recently approved the updated MOU, and it doesn't change anything except for adding Chamblee to it.
Thank you. Councilman Lambert, anybody have questions? Rob?
Just a quick question. About how many SWAT calls do you get a year? You know how many Chamblee gets each year?
Yeah, they get a handful between all 4 cities. I think we had about 15 call outs last year.
I like this idea of adding a few more cities. I think it spreads the costs.
Sure.
Relative to the need. So
absolutely.
Chief, was Chamblee having its own SWAT, or were they part of DeKalb SWAT, or?
No, they were, so they pay the special district or whatever that term is, where they were serviced by DeKalb County SWAT.
So they didn't have SWAT.
did
So
not have
now
SWAT.
you will have to have more trained SWAT officers in their police department to
Yes.
participate.
They will have to go through the process to become SWAT team members for North Metro SWAT.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's great.
Joe?
How about response? So we're increasing the response area.
Yes.
Of course, we know we got to get across the Chattahoochee to Johns Creek. But so I look at the map, I'm thinking geography wise, you said it was Johns Creek to the north. We have Sandy Springs. Roswell's not in it.
Now they have the North Fulton SWAT team, which is Roswell, Alpharetta, Milton, I believe.
Okay. And do we have any other, is it any kind of, we're increasing our response area? Of course, Chamblee's close to us, so we can get to
Sure.
Chamblee in a hurry. So do we have, so we're going to draw resources potentially from Johns Creek, imagine potentially to get to Chamblee to
They
respond.
currently come to Brookhaven.
Right, okay, so that just happens. All right, I mean, I'm all for the synergies and working together. It's just thinking about response times, of course, and being efficient. Is Dorville having any conversations? How do they do theirs?
No, I think Dorville has their own SWAT team.
Dorville's an old city,
Boy.
151 now,
Right,
right?
right.
Because 150 was the birthday last year.
Okay, great. Thank you,
John.
chief.
Does Dorville still have their tank?
I think they probably still have it. I don't know that they've deployed it anytime recently. Probably the last time was in the Snowmageddon maybe, because they did use it then.
Yeah, that's part of their SWAT team.
Okay.
Move to approve?
Yes, please. Moved by John,
Second.
second by Rob. Any further discussion or questions? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous of everyone who's here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, chief. Now we're on to discussion items. Michael Starling, Dunwoody Entrepreneurship and Innovation Strategy, please.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. So tonight I'm giving a brief overview of the entrepreneurship and innovation strategy we completed earlier this year. When we decided to undertake this strategy, we realized that much like the arts and culture and placemaking activities we do, if we want to do entrepreneurship and innovation correctly, we really need to sort of do this and sort of make it part of our DNA, not just simply have a couple of programs, put it on our website and call it a day. So we've been sort of very slow and deliberate about how we roll this out. City Council set aside $250,000 in CARES 2 funding for entrepreneurship. That's what has paid for the strategy, and that's what's paying for the short-term work program, which is probably 2.5 years long. We've been talking about this for quite some time. There's been a number of city residents who have been advocating for this for quite a while. I know you have heard from many of them. The city of the Development Authority of Dunwoody talked about this at their retreat in 2020. Their sort of thinking was COVID is sort of shifting the office market, which we have seen even more so now. And to balance some of that possibly loss of office market, a focus on entrepreneurship could help balance that out over the long term. The mayor created the Economic Recovery Advisory Committee to help guide the city on economic issues related to COVID. And their number one goal was to focus on entrepreneurship, and they added innovation into that, focusing on technology companies. That resulted directly in the strategy that we created. We hired Boyette Strategic Advisors. They have done work for Dunwoody before the Development Authority. They've worked with Savannah, other Georgia-based cities and counties on economic development programs, including entrepreneurship. And they were really tasked with creating a 3-year plan of how do we sort of roll entrepreneurship out? How should a city the size of Dunwoody with our limited resources sort of focus on this? We've never done this before. It's unlike anything else we focus on. And so this is just part of the planning process that they focused on. Again, they're focused on the roadmap, and one of the things that we all realized, the sort of stakeholder group, as well as staff and the consultant, is that we needed to focus not just on programs or working with entrepreneurs. We needed to focus on an entire ecosystem, and the characteristics that sort of shows what communities that are really successful at entrepreneurship focus on. As you can see, a lot of them don't have anything to do with training or mentoring, or it's really about placemaking. So the same kind of issues that we need to use to recruit office workers and visitors are the same things that entrepreneurs are looking for. This is the 5 goals that they came up with the strategy, and they're basically in priority order 1 to 5. I'm going to start on number 4 though, the innovation district, because I think it gives us a good way to look at this as it relates to the economic development program that we're focused on. We're trying to integrate that into the work that we're doing right now. So they look at three things. There's been a lot of research into this. Economic assets, those are the companies, the anchor institutions that call community home, the physical assets, sort of not just city, parks, streets, but it's also the private public areas. Those types of things are really important to entrepreneurs and innovation companies. And then networking assets. This is really the one that we're lacking. We don't have any experience in bringing entrepreneurs together or companies together to help them accelerate their innovation. So most of what we're going to talk about in the strategy is focused on that last bullet point. To get back to the 5 goals, this is really focused on Main Street type companies, and it's sort of the entry into entrepreneurship for us. It's rather basic, if you will. Since we lack the resources internally, we decided that we were going to create a number of strategic partnerships with organizations that already do this work. You know, why go out and create a new program when there are already programs happening? The first 3 partnerships are with these organizations. TIE Atlanta is the Atlanta chapter of an international entrepreneur organization, one of the oldest in the country. They're created in Silicon Valley. TIE, we've had a relationship with them for a couple of years. We've worked with them on their annual conference that they hold in Dunwoody. They have a lot of their meetings already in Dunwoody, so we thought they were a natural fit. So we've strengthened and sort of deepened that relationship. We not only support their annual meeting, we support their monthly meetings, which they hold at Rome here, the Perimeter Rome that's in Dunwoody, not the Dunwoody Rome that's in Sandy Springs. So they do those monthly meetings, networking, mentorships, and then they have a new program called Access, and it's sort of like a Shark Tank for women and minority-owned businesses. So you go through this process. They start with 40, they work down to 20, and then they come down to the top 4 or 5, and they compete for 6 months of mentorships and cash prizes. I think this year is about $400,000. So we're working with them on all 3 of those programs. Second is TAG, the Technology Association of Georgia. About 10 years ago, Sandy Springs and Dunwoody, we partnered. We sponsored a quarterly luncheon with TAG. We are relaunching that program, or we're talking to TAG about relaunching that program in first quarter of next year. And again, it will be a partnership between Sandy Springs and Dunwoody. And then UGA's Small Business Development Center. There are small business development centers all over the state. We happen to, the director of the DeKalb department actually lives in Dunwoody. So we're working with them not only to provide the training that they already do, but also create specific training for Dunwoody residents, focusing on the types. We're working right now on which parts of the program do we focus on? Do we focus on restaurants or other general sort of Main Street businesses? We also have hired a part-time coordinator for this program. We actually share this person with community development. She's managing the sustainability program there, and then she's managing the sort of what we're calling the Dunwoody Entrepreneur Hub. That hasn't been branded. We'll talk to Kathy and Jennifer about coming up with a better name. Ashley Overton is her name, and so she's out working with these groups, pulling all of this together. Goal 2, 3, and 5 are longer term. They are really focused on the technology companies, the potential of creating accelerators, incubators. We think it's important to have a physical location. We just need to be very mindful of how sustainable that might be, because you sort of have one shot at this. So we're being very methodical on how we sort of look at that. We are also talking to Sandy Springs. They are very interested in possibly joining forces and doing a single incubator or something. So we're going to continue that discussion. There's been no agreement. We're moving forward regardless, but we think, and we talked a lot about it in the strategy, if we do have a partner, it makes perfect sense for it to be Sandy Springs. We sort of share the perimeter market. And of course, there's more resources to share the load. And that's it. I'll take questions. Again, as I said at the beginning, we see this as a new part of what economic development does for the long term. It's not something we're going to do just for a few years and then move on. And so we're being very thoughtful and methodical about how we roll it out.
So if it's okay, I'll say something before I question. So when I formed the Economic Recovery Committee way back at the beginning of the pandemic, it was because there was so much uncertainty about what was going to happen. And as we all are well aware of, somewhere around 65 to 75% of our revenues pretty much come from perimeter center and some other commercial properties. So that's, aside from people's health, that's really what kept me up at night. And the idea behind it, and we're still, unfortunately, still from that perspective, there's a lot of uncertainty still about what's going to happen with commercial real estate moving forward. But one of my goals is eventually to grow companies that start here. They may not in their middle iteration be here, but when they're ready for big space and big, being, somewhere in a, like Insight Global started in the Georgetown area, moved to Brookhaven, and then built their big building here. And that's what I'd like for the future. We're building for the future. It's sprinkle the seeds and, the trees will grow and the branches. And so that was sort of where I was with all this. And then, as part of the relief money and everything, it's given us some opportunities to start. Our competitors have this. I think it's important. You kind of left that out.
Many of them do.
Norcross, Alpharetta,
has been very
Peachtree,
aggressive.
Peachtree Corners is really aggressive. And one of the things I tell people when they talk to me about Dunwoody is when they're asking about like challenges and competitors, if someone doesn't have MARTA as a priority, there are lots of places to put your business. And so, we have to work towards the health and the sustainability of the perimeter area. So that was mine. And questions, I'll start on Tom, Tom, right?
Yeah, no questions. Michael, thank you for the presentation. I was also, sitting in on the meetings of this, and I think this is very important for the future of the city and having these resources available to attract the types of business we want. I think we're on target with the InsurTech and the FinTechs as a primary kind of business that we're targeting to attract. So good work. I look forward to where this goes. I know that this part was the easy part, and although it wasn't easy, there was a lot of work that went into this, not trying to trivialize that, but the next step's going to be the important part. So I look forward to seeing where that takes us, and hopefully identifying some space for the incubator will be critical, I think, but thank you.
No questions right now. Thank you very much.
So no contiguous cities have any entrepreneurship, nobody around.
No,
Peachtree Corners,
Brookhaven, since it's not Peachtree Corners, does. Doorville does not. We all sort of try to help out. And many of them, like Sandy Springs, is doing a lot more training, but they don't have a physical space, which longer term does seem to be a differentiator. We got there sort of, it took us a long time to get there because we were not like, hey, yeah, let's do an incubator because it's going to be so easy, and so cheap.
But Sandy Springs had it and it failed.
They had an incubator and their chamber ran it. Sometimes, and one of the reasons we were reluctant is sometimes it becomes co-working, right? If you own a space, you just need to get people in that space to pay the rent. So for it to be sustainable, I think you have to not, sort of fall back on, we'll take any business that will pay us to come in. Who runs it is really important. These entrepreneurs are not coming here to hear me or us. They want other entrepreneurs. They want people who can help them, either mentor them or help find them money. So it's really a partnership. The good news is there's a ton of people out there who do this. We just have to, I think, be deliberate in what flavor of this we do. We don't want to do what somebody else is doing because then what sense does it make? We have to sort of decide why Dunwoody and perimeter makes some sense. And I think it does. The more we get into this, the more we hear from people who are in Alpharetta, like, I don't want to go to an incubator in Midtown. I don't want to keep going. So we have to find the types of businesses that it makes sense for us to go. But the entrepreneurs are out there and there's just a ton of resources. We have to put together the right sort of team to help us do it. And you have to be, I think, committed over the long term, or you'll do it a few years and then it just sort of wanes. It sort of falls apart.
Did you ever bring Steve Fortenberry from the Dunwoody High Finance
We
Academy?
talked to him. He didn't talk to the whole group, but we've had a lot of discussions with him. And that is one of the ideas is, do we have a special focus on younger entrepreneurs, high school into college? That's sort of, that could be a differentiator for us.
Yeah.
But certainly with him there, it makes a lot of sense for us to work, and Rosemary's working with them, not directly involved in this, but in other ways. And so we would like to deepen that relationship over time.
Well, great. It's a great plan. And I love that we are geographically well positioned.
Yeah.
Joe.
Hey, Michael, thanks. Great information. I think it's diversification is the key here. And you look at the size, seem to focus on that big Fortune 100, 500, over 1,000 employee, but the majority is those 100 employee organizations and less.
Yep.
Right? So really, right, we want to diversify. Absolutely, to target those. And I know we're talking about technology in here, but is there any talk in this? Because that's the big, bright, shiny object, tech and venture capitalists and angel, this and that. But what about also diversifying and differentiating in skilled workforce and skilled labor that can't be outsourced or contracted? Electrical, plumbing, contract, there's such a skill shortage in construction, all those things to help those folks as well. Is that in this mix at all?
We didn't look at sort of workforce development and how to train the next. We were really focused on how do we grow small businesses from mom and pop, sort of Main Street up to tech. We're focusing on Main Street first and foremost, sort of restaurants and other things. And then we'll get to technology later, but we didn't look specific. We didn't talk specifically about those kinds of businesses.
I mean,
The HVAC,
are we business agnostic, or are we saying we're technology and Main
well,
Street?
that's a question. And we've debated and gone back and forth. Many people will tell you, you decide on what technology. It's easier if you decide on a narrow focus and say fintech is what we're going to do. Some people then say, well, you should be agnostic and you should focus on the bigger. I think in the end, we might do both.
And I thought with the partnership with the Small Business Administration, that was truly for if you want to start a bakery,
Those
correct?
are for people who are either thinking about it or who have just done it. And
Right.
they need sort
Or
of
grow.
the basics. So we want to definitely do that.
Mhm.
Right.
We haven't completely decided on whether we're going to narrow or
Right.
wide.
I mean, if maybe, again, it's maybe a separate conversation, like you say, workforce development.
Yeah.
Is a complementary effort, right? Okay, good. So I'd love to hear that about that. And that'll go right along with housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, for the presentation. Hearing about all the other cities and what they have and their strengths and their entrepreneurship, I think we need to look at what they're doing, but more importantly, look at what benefits we have. What are our strengths? If we don't have office parks where it's spread out like Peachtree's Corners has these big office parks. We don't have those. We have towers. And we have Fortune 500 companies. And we have companies that probably want to grow and or spin off. What I would do is I would be looking to assist those companies that are currently in our portfolio that are here and look at ways in which we can partner with them to get them the technical expertise to make sure that maybe either number one, that they grow and be successful, but possibly spin off. The biggest thing that we have besides the businesses that are here, it's called MARTA, and it's a direct line to Georgia Tech with some of the, smartest people I know. I can think of right now a project where blockchain, specialists could tie in with that cargo company that's coming. And you put a couple smart people in a room and you are going to create a business right there between those two.
Yeah.
Those two convergences is just astronomical growth aspects. So I would just be looking at the companies we have, look at ways to use those those thriving entrepreneurships. I know Georgia Tech has stuff. I know what are the needs of the organizations, the people here
Yep.
that we already have? Leverage those and try to assist those to either grow their business, which is great, and or spin off new ones, because I think most of those big companies have some inkling of ideas that they might want to do. And we should be fostering that as well. I'm not against the new bakeries and all the rest. I love that too, but I think our strengths are the companies that we have currently,
Yep.
and they have vacant office space and they have abilities to and resources to put towards the effort. So that'd be my only thoughts.
I couldn't agree more. And in sort of finding those anchor businesses, a lot of these entrepreneurship programs are focused on exactly what you're talking about. How do we get into a company like Insight Global or Cox or IHG, find out what technology needs they have, and then let's find an entrepreneur to solve that. Absolutely. And so absolutely, we think long-term, this not only helps us potentially grow small businesses, but it helps us create new relationships with the existing businesses, because all of them get exactly what you're saying. They're all technology businesses in the end, right? We're all technology organizations.
Final question for me, is there any financial aspects that we need to know about now? What's the budget ask? Where are we going next? What's next for council for decisions that you need assistance with? And where are we going with this?
So the good news is right now we're fine. We've got that CARES 2 money. There is money dedicated in ARPA. We would not spend any of that until we come back to you and say this is exactly what we're spending it on. The good news is we have a once in a lifetime opportunity to dedicate that money. I think the conversation with Sandy Springs is also something that we would want to get your input on. Do we want to make this partnership? Are they interested? I mean, this is something that we're talking at a staff level right now, but I think it makes a lot of sense for us to at least look at that to see before we sort of move on and do our own thing. But right now, we don't need any specific approvals now, but we will certainly be back.
So as far as the money that we earmarked for entrepreneurship, is there any grants that are being offered by us in the near future, or is that basically?
Not right now. So,
okay.
So that paid for the strategy, and that was $22,000, I think. And then we've got Ashley's, the coordinator position. And then we've got some money that we're dedicating to TIE and TAG and SBDC to support those.
Okay.
I think when we talk about that, the sort of the money aspect, the funding, that is a much bigger conversation, that we can spend money very quickly.
And Ashley's funding for her position is through how many years or for how long through that grant?
Yeah, I think we can get through 2.5 years of her part-time salary as part of that.
Okay.
And so we think that will give us enough time to get this up and running and moving and have decided where we're going longer term.
I appreciate you. Thank you
Yep.
so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Michael, does anybody else have any other questions, follow up or anything? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, Mr. Longhart.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. What stuck in my mind about Michael's presentation was that entrepreneurs rely on a local beverage environment.
Nice transition. Nice
and
transition.
So I have a agenda item for you all tonight, which is truly a discussion item. It's something that we encountered not regularly, but from time to time as businesses that want to come to Dunwoody and that want to provide certain services and that we can't accommodate right now because of the way our alcohol ordinance is written. This an example that we had recently is, for instance, a business that wants to do haircutting, so a barber that is a fancy barber, and they are serving bourbon. They sell a variety of bourbon, so people come, have their bourbon, have their haircut, and they're providing this service in Nashville and other places. That's why we're bringing this up, and we want to show you some options for potentially looking at our alcohol ordinance. First, the current situation, all businesses, and that is true statewide, need a state license if they want to sell alcohol, and they need a municipal license too. In Dunwoody, it's relatively easy to get a beer and wine license. Those don't require food sales, but once you want to obtain a full pouring license, so that's beer, wine, and or liquor, but it's the liquor component that makes that creates that food requirement. You have to have a full service kitchen, you have to sell food, and you have to have at least say 60% of your annual sales from food sales. And why that was put in place was to have only bona fide restaurants to sell liquor, to not have bars, or to not have nightlife environment, but instead to have restaurants. We're seeing that the retail market overall is evolving. It has been for a while now, like the Amazon, the internet phenomena is sort of big. It remains difficult for your traditional retail, the retail where you just go, you look at shelves, you look at products, you try them on, and you take them home. That is a decreasing component of the economy. And what's happening more, and what's often happening in the same spaces that are being vacated by retail, is these sort of experiential type of businesses. So it's businesses where you do something. You have from axe throwing, Top Golf goes in that direction. You have these the Friends experience was here in Dunwoody, which is a big showroom, more or less, that rebuilt the set of the TV show Friends, or like you have a Bridgerton experience in Atlanta. You have environments where they project animal scenes at the walls. You have your stereotypical paint and sip, sort of where you paint, but you also drink wine. And what these things have in common is that the alcohol is a significant revenue maker for them, that the business on its own without the alcohol potentially wouldn't be viable. And it creates this experiential thing where you can go with friends and you can make it a sort of fun evening, and that goes often with alcohol. We are currently not accommodating liquor sales for businesses like that. So we would accommodate beer and wine sales, but we're not accommodating liquor sales, and that includes mixed drinks like a gin and tonic or a margarita. Does not accommodate those kind of things. So we're trying to sort of get your opinion on if there is sort of a willingness to adjust our alcohol requirements to be accommodating towards those businesses. And what we're not proposing tonight is a typical nightlife businesses. So this would not be your typical bar, or like a typical club or lounge, but to sort of obtain those experiential businesses to allow them to sell liquor and mixed drinks. And I have two proposals for you all tonight to discuss. One is sort of a more narrow one to change our percentages for food sales. And then the second one is to create a new sort of group of businesses that can obtain full pouring licenses. The first one is our food and alcohol split. And in Dunwoody, it's a 60-40 split. So I have to sell, if I'm a business, I have to sell 1.5 times as much alcohol or food as I sell alcohol. So I have to sell 60 units of food for every 40 units of alcohol. that's relatively conservative for the region. It's more common to have a 50-50 split. Where that especially comes into play, and we're still talking about food sales here, is for sort of more the upper echelon of restaurants that have where, you know, people tend to go and order a bottle of wine, or where they tend to order sort of, you know, expensive cocktails. But that's not necessarily for your family restaurant, but it's to accommodate sort of a group of restaurants that sort of run into this 60-40 cap. And I looked at a couple of surrounding municipalities here, and Sandy Springs, Alpharetta, Chambly all have that 50-50, while Brookhaven has the same 60-40 as we do. And then there's so a split like that is fairly common, but Tucker, for instance, does not have a split. They only require that there is food service and that there is food service for every hour a business is open, which is also a requirement that we have in Dunwoody. So the second option would accommodate personal service and entertainment providers. They currently cannot obtain a full pouring license, so they cannot sell liquor. They can only sell beer and wine. There is the specific interest in selling mixed drinks, especially and cocktails, because of partially for the business, it's the profit margin. There's a high profit margin that goes with those type of drinks, and partially to attract a different audience than beer and wine does. There's a few sort of safeguards that we can have. So we would probably tie this, or want to tie this, to a specific primary use that goes with the business, and that's sort of not to allow bars, which is a different conversation to have. So for instance, we would tie this to entertainment sales. So it could be concert tickets, it could be like bowling lane kind of buy-in or shoe rentals for bowling lanes, or it could be tied to personal service sales. And in the case of the barber, so they would have to cut, let's say, as much hair as they sell in alcohol. From a monetary standpoint, not by weight necessarily. And then there's a couple of other placeholders if we're concerned about the impacts on this. You know, there's a couple of triggers that we could include there that we could explore. Like, one is earlier closing hours, you know, where we don't have these businesses open until 2 a.m., which is currently our last call. We could require sort of minimum sales for the primary use, and then we could also exclude specific uses that we're concerned about, you know, that tend to be problematic uses, like massages we could exclude, adult uses we could exclude. So there's a variety of triggers how we could, you know, try to make sure that this stays within certain parameters. And with this, I would love to get your pulse on this, and if that is something worthwhile to move forward.
Yeah, I should remember which side I started on a minute ago, but I think, John, do you want to go first? Okay, well, we can come back. Okay. And just raise your hand, Joe.
Hey, thank you for your presentation. I started. Back on the limited pouring license, Paul, I know, but I'd just like you to recite a couple of examples that we currently have today. We have some establishments that have limited pouring licenses in Dunwoody, correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Do you happen to know off the top of your head?
Yeah, it's, for example, the Growler store up
Right.
in the district, or we have nonprofits that have these for event spaces and so forth.
All right. If a distillery were to come into Dunwoody today and they wanted to have tastings or sale, I don't know what the state law is on that, but there's distilleries open. Would that be permissible under our current ordinance?
So we have specific for these kind of maker, for these sort of industry uses, we have specific standards for breweries, for distilleries and so forth, but that is allowed, yeah.
So that would be, they would be de facto selling alcohol, at a distillery, okay. The proposal, the personal service entertainment provider, do we have examples in Georgia of cities that have that code enacted? And who, and are they, because you show the restaurant food alcohol split, but
So if there's interest kind of in exploring this, then we would start looking into that. It's not something that's particularly common. So you tend to have either you allow liquor sales, in places that have bars, where sort of bars are allowed, city of Atlanta or such. It's easier to obtain these, and then it's like a personal service type of place can do it as well.
well, what you're saying is it's by geographic, a district, a physical district?
No, it's just places, places that tend to allow, like some places
We-
allow standalone liquor sales, like the city of Atlanta, for instance. And then it's possible if you are Joe Seconder and you have a barber shop, then you can also apply for that liquor permit.
So-
And
Yeah, I'm always just interested in seeing other examples, just to see what they've come up with and have been doing it for several years, and if there's a law enforcement component to that and issues, I'd just like to hear more and learn more a little bit. Thanks.
Catherine, anything?
Yes, if a restaurant came to you to renew its alcohol license, are you checking receipts such that you would know they're doing the 60-40 split?
so they have to report their sales to us on an annual basis. So we can check those. Like how that works in practice, I couldn't tell you, but they're reporting their sales to us.
Total sales or separate sales?
The alcohol sales specifically, because there's excise taxes on that.
Okay, so you are able to check if they're doing 60-40.
That's correct. Yeah, we are able to
Oh.
check
Are we checking?
that. I can't comprehensively answer.
Does
that.
anyone know?
Right, is this a problem? That's where
think they
I'm
doctor their
getting at. Is
books.
this a problem? So in general, I'm gonna be more, I'm looking for more flexibility in our codes, and I definitely think adding these special services and their opportunity is good. You want to limit the hours, fine, but the opportunity would be good. I can't imagine that we're having this grave, insurrection, and we're just, I think, I don't know, I guess I'm with you. And do we even need to make the food requirement with the percentages if we're not checking?
I'm sorry.
So, one observation, then a couple of questions, I guess. I think it's fine to look at the percentage food and alcohol, and we can adjust that. That seems like a very reasonable. For the second part, I have questions that probably aren't super easy to answer in some cases, but do we have zoning where right now there are not restaurants that would have a full service pour available that maybe my haircut place would? In other words, we're going to be introducing alcohol into areas that that currently don't really have hard liquor sales.
No.
And then second, and I don't know if there's any information on this, but if you have hard liquor sales, is there a difference in like DUIs and things like that versus, beer or wine or something that takes longer to drink and has a lower alcohol content? I'm with Catherine. I think flexibility is fine and it's good. I just don't want to introduce an issue or a problem as a result of it. So just, I think it's fine to look at this more. I think it's always a good idea to revisit and look at our ordinances. I just be very curious to see what issues this might arise and what it might fix. So anyway, that's it.
And the first, I can answer. So they would have to obtain the same license that we currently have, and we have certain distance requirements for these businesses. So they can't be within a certain proximity of schools, of houses of worship, of those type of uses. I think for on the premises, it's relatively limited. They can't be within 100 yards of a school pretty much. And that's what these
Those are
Um,
state rules, right? No,
the local Dunwoody rules.
okay.
And they would have to meet the same requirements as someone else would have. The second aspect, I mean, that's sometimes given as an argument for requiring food sales of some way, shape, or form, that food in combination with alcohol tends to absorb some of the alcohol, or the businesses don't require necessarily food sales with each individual item. Yeah, I don't know the extent of it.
Thank you, Paul, for bringing this to us. Personally, you know, we've had talk tonight about entrepreneurship and creativity and ways of attracting different types of businesses to the area. And I think this dovetails nicely with that. I mean, personally, I would be in favor of exploring this. You know, obviously the concern is the unintended consequences. We'd have to be very deliberate and thoughtful to ensure we're not allowing things that maybe we don't want to allow. But overall, I think this is good. I think we're seeing more of this in general, of that creativity of creating these types of experiences, and alcohol is often something that people look to partner with their entertainment. So if this is something that can attract some of the types of businesses to the area that we want, or that our residents are looking for, I'm all in favor of exploring ways to make that happen. Do we know, like with Tucker not having a percentage, do we have any data on their experience with that? Are there any issues or problems, or is it just the same as everyone else? They just don't have a percentage tied to it.
So Tucker had nightclubs before they became a city. And they've chosen to keep, I don't even know how it works. You end up in court like Brookhaven and Doraville when you go after some of those establishments. So they have a whole set of issues related to nightclubs. Just putting that out there. I don't know if anybody disagrees, but they have some challenges.
And obviously, as we move forward in this too, I'd love to make sure that the police department was a part of the conversation, to make sure that their experience in these types of issues was a part of the conversation.
John, there's nobody else.
Yeah, well, I'll circle back, but yeah, what's the compliance issue? If we've ever, the 60/40 to 60/40, I mean, give me a reason why to change it, I guess is what I would really say is, give me a reason. What compliance, who's out of compliance and why? Are we, I could just, the rib place is no longer in business, went out of business because they were selling more alcohol than they were selling ribs, right? Tell me how this is going to affect businesses. So I want to know that before I start making changes. That being said, other side of the coin, I want to open Johnny's Hideaway right down the street. How do I do that? Is there any way to do that? Is it appropriate? At some point in our city, we are going to want some sort of entertainment districts. At some point, we may want to have some small aspect of, Broadway from the city of Nashville with some music venues. And I'm not sure that the 60/40 split's going to cover that. So it's something to think about. I'm not against making some tweaks and some changes and allowing some amenities to some of these places to open and thrive, but it's got to be carefully done and give me reasons why, and it should be kind of controlled to the appropriate parts of the city. There's lots of downsides to some nightclubs, and we've heard them. I can think of some facilities here in the city that get rowdy at night with the amount of alcohol they serve. But again, I'm not sure about the 60/40 split, but right now the police department seems to have those types of locations under control. And I just want to know the problems, and I want to try to fix and solve what's right, not only for the businesses that want to come to the city, but I want to make sure that it's appropriate for our residents that are currently here and live here. So and I want to provide them the amenities that they want too. So it's a matter of give me the reason why, and let's make sure it's appropriate. And you're putting lots of things in front of us, but there's really not a hard ask as far as I know, but give me the reason why and we'll talk as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
So I actually always thought it was 50-50, which is neither here nor there, I guess. So what I think there's value in this discussion very much. I think there's also value in simultaneously discussing whether we want to include it only in a certain part of Dunwoody. And there's also value in so the example you gave, and I'm not a fan of spot zoning, so I'm not necessarily a fan of fixing an ordinance for a potential business. So we've declared most of perimeter an entertainment district. Each business has the ability and the authority to decide if I can bring in a drink from another business. So understand that some of these businesses are looking for alcohol as a revenue. I can totally appreciate it. It's their model. But if someone, for example, if there's a concert on the green at High Street, and they want to serve, well, part of the reason we did an entertainment district was so that the restaurants could be part of the process. So I can go in and get a mixed drink at whatever restaurant's going to be at High Street and walk out to listen to the concert. In fact, we don't particularly want High Street to sell drinks because we want the restaurants to thrive. Same is true for the Village and everywhere else. And so my concern is always unintended consequences. So a few years ago, we changed some of the rules around spas and facials and massages for place in the mall. And I said, I don't think this is going to necessarily go the way we want. And within a few weeks, we had a massage place next door. Not saying the massage place is bad. I'm just saying that unintended consequences. What I don't want is or businesses that are notoriously known for bringing in a bad element. And so if there's a way, and I think eventually we'll grow into the city that needs more, to John's point. But where we are today, if we can potentially do this with a early close, certainly not 2 a.m. And the minimum sales of the primary use is good, but alcohol is a lot more expensive than a game of bowling usually. And so how we do that, I'm not sure legally if we will be able to say you can do it in a barber shop and not at massage parlor. I don't know what the rules are around that, how legally we would have a leg to stand on. We don't really allow adult uses in Dunwoody. So, but I just want to be careful that we're not opening the door to a scene we don't really want right now, which isn't to say maybe we talk about I don't like the word entertainment district, but we talk about commercial areas with characteristics that may lend itself to something a little different. But I think it's fine to explore this and come back. I think the police need to be involved. I think we need data. To John's point, Eric, it would be really interesting to know if we're looking at the 60-40, if there's consequences. I've always been convinced that at least, I always thought we were looking at it. And so I'm guessing maybe we are, because otherwise, what's the point? And so I think you have a pretty good sense of where we're headed with this. Do you feel like that? I think maybe bring it back to us before you start the ordinance change process, if that's okay. I think it would not be great to start it at planning. I think we probably need one more bite at this.
And this doesn't have to go to planning commission because it's not.
Oh, okay. Then never mind. But I think bringing it back to us one more time for discussion, at least one more time for discussion, so we can get our questions answered. You can bring examples. We can have input from the police department just to get a sense of what makes sense. And then also, I suspect, Joe, to your point, I think, there are a lot of cities that allow bars. It's pure bars. You don't have to have a food minimum. And we don't. And I think some of our neighbors are like that too. They allow bars. So anyhow, all right. Thank you. Michael Smith.
Okay, with several of the shared use path projects that we have been we're designing right now, the purpose of the discussion tonight is to present the most current guidance and best practices for bikeway planning and design. This will be a general discussion, not specific to any one project. And most of the information I'm going to present comes from the bikeway selection guide, which was published by Federal Highway Administration in 2019. It's based on recent research as well as other resources such as American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials, the National Association of City Transportation Officials, and Institute of Transportation Engineers. A lot of different agencies that they drew from for this. And the guide published by FHWA really focuses on one primary question, which is what type of bikeway should be chosen for a particular street, given the real world constraints, context, and opportunities. The first question that needs to be answered when we talk about the bikeway design is, what is the target bicycle rider? In other words, what type of cyclist are you trying to serve? In 2016, there was a study done. Researchers conducted a random phone survey of 3,000 adults in the 50 largest metro areas in the US. And they came up with this range of different types of cyclists. About 1/3 of the people that respond, the adults that responded, have no interest in biking for any reason. Of the other 2/3 that did express an interest, around 5% were classified as highly confident. That means they're comfortable riding on the roadway with or without bike lanes in most cases. And then there was another 5 to 10% of interested riders that were described as somewhat confident. That's kind of the middle group. This group's going to prefer lower traffic volumes on, maybe residential streets. They may ride in bike lanes, but would prefer for those to be separated or buffered from traffic. These type of riders, they may avoid paths, separated paths, or shared use paths if they perceive that they're too crowded with pedestrians or other slow moving bicycles. And then the last category, the remaining 50% of the adults surveyed, were described by the study as interested but concerned. This group is not really comfortable in bike lanes. They may ride on sidewalk even if there is a bike lane. They prefer off-street or separated facilities. So before talking about what the target user should be for future projects, look at where things stand today with our bicycle facilities. When the city started and when we did our first transportation plan in 2011, there were only a couple of roads in the city that had bike lanes. They were both in the perimeter area put in by the CID. There was a map of recommended bicycle projects put into that 2011 plan. And it shows that the focus really was on getting some type, we were starting from nothing. So it was getting some type of facility onto at least one primary north-south and one east-west route, as shown in blue here. And then there was also recommendations for a series of off-road paths, represented by the squiggly green lines. As part of that plan, there was a survey, a statistically valid survey done of the residents, and found that when asked to prioritize different features of the roadway, wider sidewalks were the top priority as a desirable street feature, followed by turn lanes, bike paths, and trees, kind of all in the next group. I would say the city has done pretty well implementing that plan as far as getting some primary north, south, east, west connectivity through the city. The green here on the map is existing bike lane. You can see that, most of Chamblee, Dunwoody, North Shalford has bike lane with a couple of gaps and a good bit of Mount Vernon. In most cases, these lanes were added at relative, or many cases, relatively little cost by narrowing travel lanes on existing pavement. So it was, from where we were starting, it was the quickest and most cost-effective way to have some type of bike connectivity throughout the city. And going back to our three categories of riders, these lanes serve, the most confident group and maybe some of the somewhat confident, although on some of the higher traffic roads, some of this middle group may not feel confident enough riding, may not feel comfortable riding even in a bike lane. We also put in about 3 miles of off-road path or side path and counting. Most, some of the separated path along the road in the Georgetown area. And these paths are serving the group described as interested but concerned. And that's been more of the council's focus in recent years, and has led to some of the projects that we currently have are designing and building. Some of the more confident riders, kind of in the middle group, may use the paths, but mostly you're going to see leisure riders or families, especially in the park. So along with deciding who the target rider is, we need to decide where are the priority routes. And at the retreat earlier this year, the city council decided to focus on 2 north-south and 2 east-west corridors, and asked the staff to provide a plan to complete pathways on these corridors. These routes make a lot of sense because they connect almost all of the city's parks, all of the business that go through all the commercial areas, and they generally follow ridge lines where the roads are relatively flat, so they're easier to ride. Now, before we talk about the design of the different types of bikeways, it's important to understand why we're going to talk about minimum widths and recommended widths for bike lanes and paths. The graphic shown here came from a nonprofit transportation organization in the UK, hence the meters that had to be converted here. But what it shows is these are not minimum standard widths. These are minimum. This is the amount of space that different users physically take up. So for example, a person walking is going to take up a little over 2 feet. 2 people walking holding hands is going to take up 4 feet. People walking side by side will be closer to 5 feet. Person on a bike is going to occupy a little over 3 feet, but it's impossible to ride in a straight line, especially at low speeds. So this here is more indicative that a cyclist riding is going to take up more like 3.5 feet. So, these widths are really where the minimum standards come from. If you start looking at different scenarios, two people walking side by side or passing each other need at least 4 feet to comfortably pass. A bike going in one direction, standard minimum bike lane is 4 feet. Bicycle passing a pedestrian is going to need 6 feet, or else the bike or the pedestrian is going to have to step off the path to let the other one pass. So you start to see where some of these minimum widths come from when we start talking about design. One thing this brings up is the difference between a minimum width, and we're going to talk about preferred widths. So like, for minimum one-way direction of travel with a bike and a pedestrian, you need 6 feet to allow for that passing. But, you know, if you go to a two-way path, 12 feet is recommended, although the minimum is 12 is recommended, 10 feet is the minimum. And one of the reasons for that is that, you know, if you don't have high traffic, you could have a bike pass a pedestrian going partially across the center of the trail if there's not a lot of opposing traffic. But as you get more and more traffic, you start to need more width to accommodate people and make them feel comfortable. And a good example of this is the Beltline, where, you know, they could make the Beltline 10 feet wide, and it would meet the minimum standards and could be called a two-way shared use path. But there's parts of it at least that have a lot of traffic. And so 10 feet's not going to be comfortable for anybody. The pedestrians are going to feel, you know, crowded by the bikes. The bikes are going to be frustrated trying to get around pedestrians and having to deal with people coming in the other direction. So there's actually, recently, they actually widened a part of the Beltline by adding 2-foot shoulders in it, and the width now is 18 feet. So finding the right width has a lot to do with the number of users that are going to be on that facility. And, you know, with the goal, I mean, so you can meet some minimum standards and satisfy some basic safety criteria, but if you're trying to encourage use and want people to feel comfortable on it, there's a difference between the minimum and then what people feel comfortable using. So now we'll go through a series of illustrations for different options to accommodate cyclists. The landscaping, you know, the trees and the utilities here are really just shown as an example of how they could be placed. The main point of showing those is to show that, you know, on most of our roads, you're going to be able to put trees on one side, on the sidewalk, around the sidewalk. On the other side, you're usually going to have overhead utilities that are going to limit where you can put trees. But starting with the most basic accommodation, if you want to accommodate bikes, the most basic accommodation would be 6-foot buffered 6-foot sidewalks in both directions. You could call them sidewalks. If you did a little bit of design to try to slow the bikes down at side crossings, you could call it a one-way shared use path. But this is kind of the minimum standard that you would have if you were trying to accommodate bicycles. This total width of 45 feet from back edge of sidewalk to back edge of sidewalk. The type of user this is going to accommodate, the chart over to the right there really shows kind of how much of that group would be served and how comfortable they might be. You'll get some of the interested or the concerned crowd. They'll feel comfortable riding on the sidewalk, although it'll, if you've got a lot of pedestrians, it might feel kind of narrow. The highly confident are going to be, a lot of those are going to be in the roadway regardless. That middle group is not, they're not going to feel comfortable riding in the roadway, and they're going to probably be frustrated riding on a narrow sidewalk or a narrower sidewalk. So you may not attract many of those riders. And then I'll talk about high pedestrian traffic. What do we consider high pedestrian traffic? Really, the threshold is around 50 pedestrians per hour. If you're below that, the minimum width you're not going to, bikes and pedestrians are maybe not going to encounter each other very frequently. So it may feel pretty comfortable to everybody. If you get over that, there's going to start having more conflict points. Most of the roads that we are talking about in Dunwoody are beyond, well below that threshold of pedestrians today per hour. Stepping up a little bit from there, the 6-foot sidewalk would be or path would be a minimum. 8-foot sidewalk is maybe more preferred or more comfortable, if you want to use that word. It gives the pedestrians and cyclists a little more space. Still, this would be considered a one-way facility, but, you know, and there's a couple of advantages with one-way. Bicycles have access to both destinations on both sides of the street. And it's more predictable for drivers that are pulling in from side streets. The bike traffic is coming from the same direction that the car traffic is. A primary disadvantage of the one-way path is that it's difficult to enforce the one-way direction. You're probably going to have cyclists that ride in the wrong direction, even if you call it a one-way path. And that's going to lead, you know, that if they're driving or riding in both directions or riding in the wrong direction, cyclists are going to encounter each other more. And so, you know, the 8-foot width would be a little more accommodating of that, even though it's, you know, they're not riding the way they're supposed to. It would kind of be a little more forgiving for people that did. This type of, you know, because you have a little more space, you might get more of the concerned riders. You know, the less confident riders may feel a little more comfortable riding on the sidewalk in this scenario. Nothing much changes for the ones that ride in the road. Okay, just real quick, that kind of an alternative to the one-way is the two-way shared use path. It takes up about the same amount of space, plus or minus a couple of feet. This is really only a good option when you have less frequent driveways, but it's going to be comparable into the type of groups it's going to serve. It's going to be comparable to the one-way. Well,
I
got ahead of myself.
Oh, you did.
Yeah, that's the two-way path. And now, you know, the next thing would be, you know, introducing bike lanes in addition to the wider sidewalks. Then you're kind of hitting both ends of the spectrum. You're getting the concerned riders, and you're giving more accommodation to the more confident riders, which should also, some of those, the middle group may feel a little more comfortable in the road with an actual bike lane. And this is, you know, as we add these elements, it's obviously increasing the width of the space. Here we've added 8 feet of total width to the bare minimum that we started with. Now for the, you know, one reason we would maybe go from bike lanes to buffered bike lanes is, you know, it has to do with traffic and speed. Standard bike lanes become even less attractive, especially for the middle group of riders, when you have higher speeds and higher traffic volume, which is going to be most of the roads that we're looking at in Dunwoody. The Federal Highway Administration recommends choosing what your preferred facility is based on speed and volume. For low volume, low speed roads, you can have, you know, basically the bikes, like a neighborhood street, the bikes and the cars can share the road. As you get up above, you know, between 3,000 and 6,000 vehicles a day, speed limits under 35 miles an hour, then you're going to want to introduce bike lanes. And then as the volumes get higher, they're buffering of the bike lanes is going to be preferred. And then as you get over 6,000 cars a day, it's going to recommend separating the bikes from the roadway. And for most of the roads, or the roads we're looking at, are in that range of 35-mile-an-hour roads and, you know, over 6,000 cars a day. And in some cases, we're looking at roads that are 2 to 3 times that. So kind of off the chart, which would suggest that the preferred thing to do would be to separate the bikes and the cars. So kind of the last scenario here is considering all the riders across the whole spectrum. you've got the wider sidewalks, you've got bike lanes that are buffered from the roadway. And this is 12 feet wider than the one we started with. So if we had a blank canvas, the design, this would be the kind of the ideal design. More confident riders would ride in the road, and the less confident riders would ride on the shared path or sidewalk. Of course, we don't have that here. We're trying to retrofit infrastructure into an environment that the roadways that in some cases didn't originally have sidewalks, and they definitely never envisioned bicycle facilities. So in most cases, to do this with the existing roads we have, you're going to end up having to move the curb on both sides of the road and make the road wider, rebuild the sidewalks. So it's going to make the users more comfortable, which if you're more comfortable, you're going to have more people using it. But there's trade-offs between the comfort, the right-of-way impact, and the cost. And so the policy question really, I think for council is, back to what is the target group that we're trying to serve with these facilities. And it doesn't mean you have to pick one of these options and apply it everywhere. It could be different for different roadways. And there's, ways to tweak and have variations of this, but this kind of gives you the spectrum of what to look at. And so if we have that, have the end goal in mind, then we can put together designs to meet that goal. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you for your very thorough presentation. Councilman Lambert.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. I really appreciate the effort put into this and the information. It's real important, especially as we're embarking down a road right now of really hopefully diving in with both feet into the exploring options for the city. Personally, you mentioned the challenges that we face. We don't have a blank canvas. That would obviously be very easy, and you'd build to the highest standard. We're trying to retrofit things into places where they may not necessarily fit, or there are challenges that go along with that. So every comment I'm going to make from here on understands that. But again, in being aspirational, I think when we set our standard, I think we need to set our standard towards the high end and then adjust down, not the other way around. Because you get what you build for, what you design for. If we design for people and we design for safety, then that's what we'll get, and we'll get the greatest use out of it. I mean, obviously, looking at the charts, the largest percentage of people are in that area that would best be served by the wider multi-use trails. And that's, I think that's your casual riders and your families and stuff like that. I think to myself personally, I live a mile away from Brook Run Park, but when my kids were growing up, I'd never ride my bike with the kids to the park because I didn't feel it was safe for them to do that. And that's a shame. So having facilities that parents feel safe riding to the park or riding to the store or riding to a friend's house. And of course, these are not going to be everywhere. It's going to have to be in the right facility in the right place. And that's why I think the comprehensive plan that we're looking at doing is so critical in doing this. But one of the things, I think there are two things that we need to really be at the top of the list. And obviously first is safety. And obviously the more buffering you can get between vehicles and pedestrians and bicycles, the safer it will be. So I think that needs to be the forefront of any project like this that we look at. But I also think it's important that we also consider design and aesthetics in this as well. And they sometimes go hand in hand with safety. So for example, putting trees in the buffer strips, not only does that make it a more pleasing and more beautiful project, it also provides an additional buffer between the cars and the people using those facilities. Adding street lighting, again, that's a safety factor. Extending the use of that especially in the winter when it starts to get dark a little earlier, that might allow kids to walk home from school or walk to school when otherwise it might be too dark to do that. So, and again, I know our budget is not unlimited and all of these other things do add to the cost, but I also think if we do them right, we're going to get what we want out of it. And I think if we go into it with the idea of cutting corners or doing it to a lower standard, I don't think we're going to be satisfied with the end product. So my preference would be to set the standard at that 12-foot or and then of course adjust down when you need to. And also to have a standard that also includes, and again, we have our tree bank, so we can hopefully use that and as a cost savings for adding trees. And again, I know trees aren't appropriate everywhere due to utilities or other factors, but again, I think we start with a high standard and then adjust down from there where circumstances don't allow for it. But I really appreciate the information. This was real helpful for us as we again start to move forward with potential ideas with the Path Foundation and other considerations. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Price.
Well, I'll echo almost everything you said. You made my part easy. One thing I will touch on though is traffic and just the idea that if we can have a separated path or actual protected lanes on roads like Mount Vernon, for example, or Ashford Dunwoody, where there's a lot of traffic, I think that would be a good traffic calming measure for the city. One, it would help pull some cars off. I mean, my entire professional career worked within a few miles of my house, and I never rode my bike because during rush hour, Mount Vernon is terrifying on a bike. But a protected lane or a separated lane, I think would pull off those of us that maybe had that inclination, and maybe you get 50 cars off of that road, over a half-hour period, and traffic's a little easier for the 1/3 of people who can't or have no interest in ever riding on a bike lane. So there's benefits to both groups there. So I'll just echo the thought that if we can shoot for the higher standard, especially on the really heavily traveled roads, I think there is potential to help with the traffic in the city, which can be quite bad.
Councilman Longbacker.
Agreed. I like the bigger, wider path, but how much is this pie in the sky? If we look at our 4 corridors, the 2 north-south and the 2 east-west, how many, roughly affords us for 57 feet to work with?
We'll have more of those answers when we bring that. In September, we'll actually bring the kind of the plan or the recommendation for the 4 corridors that we talked about at the retreat, the type of facility, cost, that's rough cost, that kind of thing.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Secondary.
All right. Hey, thanks, Michael. Yeah, very good to try to level set everybody. I know it's continuously learning. How many CEU credits are we getting for this? I visually think about the differences that we have sitting in Dunwoody today also, because this is an iterative process. We're going to have Path Foundation and they're going to have these further conversations too. It's more examples and photos. So I like what you did with the street section there. I also like seeing real pictures. So I'm in Google Drive, I'm doing, samples of cross sections that show landscaping and so on. So if you start in your back end start saving some nice photos of cross sections that show landscaping and buffers and what those look like. So we can also think about that in that corridor area. But if you really look at what we have here, you have Hammond Drive today along State Farm, new development. But yeah, what was it? Several years ago, Sandy Springs, we adopted the plan to have the wide foot sidewalks. I don't even know how wide, 8, 10 foot. And then the separated one-way cycle track, which is like a raised sidewalk separated for bikes only. So it's almost like I'd like to see some pictures show us that, and then show us the Winter Chapel 12-foot wide multi-use path. And then we have the bike lanes, right? So we have everything in between that. So you can kind of think about that. Then we got to layer in this context sensitive where, yeah, we got to look at each one of those corridors and say, where does it make sense? Of how much right away and what can we do with that, right? Because you go down to Roswell across the river I said people, well, what about the side path and trail? Go down to Roswell, hang a left on the river there, and you'll see a side path on the left along the river but they also have bike lanes, right? So I'm just saying, that's heavily used, but that high-end confident people are out on that bike lane, but you've got that whole mix out there. So that's a nice mix. I also say, European cities, not every European city is comfortable, lived in Copenhagen for a year and so on, but they do retrofit medieval cities to build separated cycle tracks and separated bike facilities. They do that in medieval walled cities that have been built 1,000 years ago. So I know that we look at widths. I also like to entertain looking at the minimum bike lane width of, say, what is the preferred width for a bike lane? Let's go to 5 feet instead of 4 feet if we do put a bike lane in. I know that Roberts Drive, I feel very comfortable with that 5-foot bike lane and a 10-foot wide drive lane on Roberts. A lot more comfortable than Mount Vernon, which is a 3.5-foot wide bike lane. So if we do add bike lanes, it would be great to see that, to go to a 10-foot wide drive lane. So we're looking at the total right away. We can tweak that, right? The landscape buffer could be tweaked. The drive lane could be tweaked to try to squeeze those in as well. So I definitely agree that context sensitive, but also do traffic calming, right? Let's not remember, like we talked about when we're looking at Tilly Mill, when it was first presented to council for the engineering study, I said, let's talk about cars driving 50 miles an hour when it's posted 35. So let's try to look at that holistically by narrowing the lane widths, by making it safer, make it calmer for everybody, right? It's just helping that whole idea. And the other item is just what about considering doing some pop-up tactical urbanism demonstration projects using paint or bollards, setting up something temporary somewhere in the Dunwoody area, like Perimeter Center East potentially. There's plenty of width there. We could potentially do that over a 3-day weekend, setting up just with pylons to show what it would look like potentially. This is a two-way play. We've got some places around town. It might not be on our, but I'd like to think about doing that tactical urbanism pop-up demonstration temporary products as well. And the last thing, just for Robert, by the way, when it's rush hour and crawling traffic, I'm fine with that because they're inching along. I rode my bike from my house at Jet Ferry to Dunwoody to Mount Vernon and passed 200 cars and I have it on video. But when it's without traffic, without rush hour, then it's dangerous because they're driving 50 miles an hour. So the slower the cars go, the safer it is. So anyway, thank you very much for having this session.
Councilman Hennig.
Michael, thank you for the presentation. Informative. It's commonsensical, but thank you. I do question why we're doing it today, since I've heard a lot about the Path Foundation. When is this study happening? When are we going out with an RFP to contract to get this study under place?
Well, this presentation has more to do with some of the existing projects we have in design and kind of presenting some background on that. And then it's a step towards what we're presenting in September, which is what was asked for at the retreat, which was, let's look at 2 east-west, north-south corridors and come up with a plan to put bikeways on those and what it would cost and how it would be implemented. And so we hired a consultant after, based on that discussion at the retreat, and they've been working on that. And this is kind of we want to get some direction from council on overall policy, and then we're going to come back with kind of the nuts and bolts of their recommendations in September.
So we've already hired the contractor. Did we go out with an RFP in the sense of this project?
Yeah, we hired them back in June, I believe, or May, to just look at those 4 corridors.
Is that the Path Foundation?
No, it's another consulting firm.
I just keep hearing about the Path Foundation. I'm trying to understand what's happening.
That came up, in the last month or so about, looking at a master plan with the Path Foundation, but that kind of was after we started this process here.
So how do we, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm
So
confused on some of this process.
Eric, how do we merge these activities?
I was just texting with Jay. We were just talking about that briefly. What I was looking at on that was, I would recommend we hold this one until we get Path on board because they are conflicting some way. And so I know it doesn't necessarily meet with the was one of what Michael was looking at was what we had decided earlier in the year, and that's fine. However, we've now also decided to work with Path, so we do need to coordinate those two together.
And I thought at the retreat, we were talking about east-west, but not just bikes. Was it just bikes? And so multi-use, but he said bike, Michael said bikeways, but I think you meant
Yeah,
multi-use. Okay, I
multi-use.
just want to make sure. I just want to clarify
Yeah.
for myself.
Uh,
So this is very helpful from an education perspective. I think internally, y'all need to figure out how this is going to work together and then report back to us, please.
Yeah, and I would say, I mean, some of what we're talking about here is more specific to along the roadway.
Right.
Because we're talking about bike lanes, we're talking about
Right.
side path. I mean, from my experience with Path Foundation, it's gonna their master plan is gonna be all about separated paths. Ideally not along roadways, but that, there's limited opportunity for that in Dunwoody, but I know from talking to Sandy Springs about what was done over there, a lot of what they are planning and implementing over there with the Path Foundation is, off the roadway. And
Right.
so I think that they will complement each other. But when we're talking about these projects we're doing along roadways, we kind of need to figure out, are we doing bike lanes and path? Are we doing just a path? That kind of thing.
So that sounds great. We need to figure out how these work together, because if you go off roadway, which I don't want a definition of, and I don't necessarily understand totally, but if you go off pathway in an area, you might not need an on the road path. And
yep.
so,
Off-road would be like in Brook Run Park.
yes,
Or like along the 285 right
right.
away.
Okay.
And Mayor, thank you for listening to the staff with all this tonight. And I think the two do complement each
Right.
other. So let us coordinate that together, because we've gotten some of the direction we needed tonight, which was to say, hey, we like the idea, we like the overall concepts. So if we can give us a little bit of time, and we'll have to delay this piece slightly until Path can catch up with it, and we'll bring it back to y'all.
I think we're okay with that. Is anybody not okay with that? Okay. I still had something to say though. John, are you finished? Go ahead.
I'll just ask the questions to circle back. We keep talking about Path. Are they under a sole contract? Are we going out with an RFP? Because I saw Brookhaven just went out with a RFP. It was forwarded to us, a multimodal study. I'm just trying to understand if we've already contracted with Path Foundation or what the goal is, because I wasn't sure.
Sure. And we researched that. We had Mr. Bernard along with John Gates take a look at the Path Foundation and whether we could contract directly with them. They are kind of the sole source, basically, of the state organization that looks into this type of project. So we're okay there from a purchasing standpoint to go straight with Path. So we're finalizing those documents now, and we'll go that route. And what Brookhaven's looking at is a little bit even more broad in terms of the multimodal,
You're looking at some buses.
yeah, but
I think
everything. So
looking
this
at
is
buses and
all
stuff
bike
too.
and pedestrian focused.
All right, so I just have like two comments quickly. One is that Joe mentioned the width of the bike lane. I would give up a little bit of width for a barrier. So if you could put a barrier along every bike lane we have, I know it's not practical, but that would be my preference. But yeah. And then I was at Piedmont Park yesterday, and when we were walking back to the car, it was, the road, and I had to tell you something. It was that time of the afternoon was probably 90 degrees, and though it was longer, I picked the more shaded route. So regardless of whether you think climate change is real or what caused it, we're not cooling off. And if we want people to commute to work on their bike, it cannot be 110 degrees with no shade, I don't think. I mean, I think climate is one of our biggest challenges in getting people out of their cars anyway. And so I think that's just something to think about when we're looking at all these different designs or different options. And thank you for the presentation. And we look forward to working on this much more over the next year or so. Right. Well, right, the building, but the plan, I don't want it to be decades till we have a plan. Okay, next, Mr. Walker, with one of my favorite times of year.
She's talking about holiday lights.
Right.
It's not me.
Right, not you. I said favorite times of the year. Right.
So, thank you, Mayor. The first agenda item I have tonight is a discussion about the contract award for the installation of the holiday lights at Brook Run Park. As you all know, that is a very well-attended and popular event that we have now. It's our third year, going into our third year at Brook Run. It lasts a month. We'll start December 1st through December 31st. And this year we put out a solicitation, and again, Chitwood Studios responded. They were the only response. This is kind of their niche where they come out and they build these sets for us and put in the light displays. The price they came back in with was $80,000, which is what we spent last year. And this year's theme that they proposed is Candyland. So in your packet, you'll see descriptions of the sets and the lighting displays that they would put in, and also a map of the Brook Run Park playground area of where all of these things would go. Some of them are interactive. The ice cream truck, for example, you'll be able to walk inside of, get your picture made, very similar to what we had last year with the front porch with the leg lamp from A Christmas Story. So again, it's very interactive. I believe there's a hot fudge volcano with dinosaurs and lots of fun opportunities for families to come out and take pictures. And of course, we'll do the big opening night on the 1st with all of council to turn the lights on. So we're asking for a contract approval of $88,000, which also includes a 10% contingency, but their contract would be for $80,000.
Does anybody have any questions rather than go down the row? Joe, go ahead.
Harry Potter next year.
No, Harry Potter is not appropriate for small children.
Oh, yes, it is.
John,
I guess my only question is, I know that we are, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're saving the sets from last year. This is now how many years in a
It's the
row?
third year.
Where are we on the sets that are in storage? What are we doing with those? Are they can be repurposed? Explain.
Right. Yep. So what we do is Chitwood hangs on to a lot of the stuff that he makes for us because he has a big warehouse, and then he reconstitutes a lot of those things into the new set. And that's where we get our savings from. A lot of these things can be repurposed.
Okay, so he's taking the old sets, painting them different colors, and that's where they're coming from.
Some of it, yeah, he can reconstitute it for these.
Okay, I just was wondering if we had them in storage and if they could be whipped back out, or if there was,
Maybe there may be some, I mean, these are all theme based. So if you look in your packet, a lot of the things are castles and things like that we didn't necessarily have last year. But we can look to see if there's some things that, for example, if the train's available, we can get it out and kind of reconstitute as games.
Okay, but we own them, but they store them and they reuse them if
Correct.
possible. All right, and the price tag, if we just said, build all new stuff, we're gonna have our separate own little village from last year sides that's not part of the deal. That's different.
Right. And I mean, that there are probably some of those things that, because of the way they were built, they're more one-time use just because of
I get it.
that function they had that year. Some of the more interactive stuff, he reuses those, like the deckings and things like that, takes it apart and puts new stuff on it. So it may not be the same.
Well, it's well attended, it's well loved, and to be honest, it's the only amenity like that in all of our surrounding cities. So it's our fireworks event. It's our, other people do other events. This seems to be our niche. We've gotten this corner of the market in our location in our park, and I think it's a wonderful thing to do. I just, make sure we have the money for it. It sounds like we have some budget for it, and it's a good thing to do. And thank you for doing that. Thank you.
Catherine.
15 minutes of Christmas music on a continuous loop. What stipulations have you made for mitigating the neighbor noise?
It's a good question. I mean, we rarely get any complaints about this event. I can't think of any actually where we've gotten any complaints about this event. Honestly, we haven't gotten any noise complaints for quite some time. I think people are kind of used to it being an active park and having these types of activities in it.
There was the concert at the beginning of food trucks was the first time in a long time. And then they both came back and said, like, they kind of apologized for it. I mean, I didn't even respond before they apologized. Like, we get it, it's one night a year or so. but we didn't get, people know how to find us if they want to complain. And this would be the third year of 15 minutes of continuous Christmas music on a loop. Holiday music on a loop, I hope.
Yes, correct.
And we haven't heard anything yet.
And we do.
And it ends at 9, I think.
Yeah, we shut the music, it's either 9 or 10.
Right, might be
and
10 actually.
We aim speakers in to the interior of the park. Whenever we do anything, for example, if a baseball program is doing announcements, we ask them, make sure the speakers are facing interior to the park, keep the decibels low. Do the best we can.
Rob,
More just curiosity kind of questions. How many people do we get to visit this, would you say? Just
Oh,
ballpark.
Lord, thousands. I mean, over the month. I mean, we probably get 500 plus just for the opening night. A lot of them are little, so it's hard to count them,
Yeah,
especially in the
yeah.
dark.
And
So
Group
but
2 or 3 together, it kind of.
quite a bit. And we have a lot of people that just drive through too.
Mhm.
You know, if you have small kids, sometimes it's easier just keep them in the car and you make the promise you're gonna go and you
And
keep
then
that promise.
just curiously, how does the cost this year compare to last year's cost?
It's the exact same.
Okay.
It's the same price.
Thanks, Brent. I'm hopeful that we're in the early stages of a great tradition here in Dunwoody. It's something that's been very popular and well received. So I'm all in favor of this. One question or one recommendation, this might be tied to us actually getting the contract approved. But I remember last year, and it might have just been a blip because of COVID. I know there was some supply chain issues with some of the light arrays that didn't arrive in time. So if we need to get this signed earlier to make sure they can get the order and to hopefully mitigate that this year. But other than that, it's great. So I'm looking forward to visiting Candyland in a few months.
John, go ahead.
One more question, if I may. One of the amenities that I thought was really special were the hanging lights.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't know if it's separate from this presentation, but the lighting that were
At the front of the park,
front of the
like
park,
when you drove in,
yes.
the icicle, I don't know what
The
you call
icicles, what do
them,
you wanna
dripping
call 'em?
lights.
But if they were throughout the park
Yeah.
or on the trail, or if there was, our trails are now lit.
Mhm.
But that being said, if these lit icicles were separate and we were able to build on that, I'm guessing it's part of the same package? Those
Right,
icicles,
yeah,
know?
so we've kept it kind of in the event area around the playground and the front of the park. There is a possibility of adding additional lighting. There will be a cost increase for that. I mean, this 80 covers what is in the packet or what's in the map. Certainly, we could look at purchasing some lights separate.
Okay, so it's part of the package, and those lights that were used last year either are gonna be reused or sent to another city or something else, that we don't own those lights?
Correct. He brings all that back out. There's actually, and they do get quite a bit of damage with kids pulling on and stuff throughout. But if you look in the packet, he has it's like a trellis.
Tunnel.
Yeah, tunnel.
It's
with a lot
on
of the great
page, I
lights
think it
and-
looks like page 11.
And then also in the map, you'll see where he shows lighting displays at the entrance of the park as you come in. So-
Okay, I just was wondering if it was separate, if it was part of the package, and knowing that there's now a lot more electricity strung out along the trail that we could tie in and do a lot more lighting if we wanted to. So I just figured I would ask the question.
Right,
So,
and you hit the nail on the head. That's one reason why we put those outlets along the roadway
Right.
from Peeler all the way up to North Peachtree. And that will help in some sense. If y'all been out there, the extension cords kind of strung out everywhere. Now with our new lighting system in the park, we'll be able to avoid a lot of that issue.
Lynn,
Uh-huh.
it does say Christmas music.
Okay. We'll fix that, please.
Yeah, that's holiday.
Right, thank you. And I will say that I noticed new lighting types throughout this proposal, different, I think, which I think is nice and keeps it kind of fresh. And I'm excited about this, very excited. Because my vision, because COVID has totally slowed it down. Well, actually, COVID is responsible for this event existing. But my vision is that we will find a way with Discover Dunwoody to do a celebration of lights throughout Dunwoody for the whole month of December. The hotels, some of their slowest weeks of the year, pre-COVID, were in December. And, for those of y'all that don't know, Ravinia does a huge light thing and it's beautiful. And connecting all that, I think probably won't happen this year, but I'm hoping that next year Discover Dunwoody will be, the COVID will be in the rear window and a bad, memory, and they can focus on Holiday Haven if they're going to continue to do that. But even without that, something with the lights. So, and that's what I have to say. So consent. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. You're here still.
Yes, so the next item I
Awesome.
have for you guys is a little bit harder to wrangle than the holiday lights, but it's the
Yeah.
park naming campaign that we did. So as y'all know, we did an online campaign to solicit names from the community for the 3 park properties at Roberts Drive, Vermac, and Perimeter Center East. In your packet are the ones that we received by park. Beside each name where they're in parentheses, there's a number, and that's how many times that name was submitted individual from different individuals. And then the number outside of the parentheses corresponds with the description sheet of the person or some reason why that name came in. And we tried to take whatever someone submitted and put it in there, so we didn't change any of their descriptions of that submittal. And kind of, I know this is kind of a big thing to take a bite out of. So what I wanted to try to concentrate on and get consensus from council were where y'all felt we didn't want to go. What are some things or some buckets of names that we didn't want to consider? There's natural elements, there's geographic location, there's kind of a hodgepodge of just names that don't really have any basis in anything physical. There's people's names. So what, if you look at our naming policy, it kind of outlines what would consider for a name, and we received all of those. So of those buckets of names, what are some of the things that y'all as a council don't want to consider as something we would name a park after? And keep in mind, we do have other things we can name things after. We have other amenities, we have benches, we have all these other things that are possibilities for those types of names. But you may not want to do it for a park. So I wanted to start the conversation just to see where you were as a body of what you wouldn't want to consider.
So I'm just going to start. Sometimes I take that privilege
Sure.
with the names, naming parks after people when it isn't their land or they weren't instrumental in the actual park. I think that I'd rather look to amenities. So we have 2 examples in 2 different parks where we've named amenities within the park. We have the Dennis Crane, like outdoor eco classroom at Dunwoody Park, And we have the Bobby Sedan outdoor classroom at Brook Run, correct? Is that where? Yeah. So I think we could look towards opportunities for people to honor people, or we can choose to honor people rather than, we have so many people to honor, we will never have enough parks to name them after. And I think it's really hard to choose unless there's a connection with the land and how we got it. Like if somebody donates land, we can talk. So that's just my 2 cents on names. I don't know if there's consensus around that on council. And so maybe that makes it easy to take some of these out. And of course, Deutschland. No Deutschland. Right. Oktoberfest, right.
That
Right.
came from an anonymous Gmail account.
Right. The anonymous Deutschland. So right, there you go. And so we're gonna start with John this time because I started with Tom last.
All right, let me jump into this. I agree on the names. I know half the people that seem to be on this list, and nothing against any of them. They're all great people and they've done wonderful things throughout the history of the city. But I wholeheartedly agree that naming the parks after people is inappropriate at this time. A lot of these people have either been nominated or said as the parade, the chairman, or what do they call that? The Grand Marshal of the parade. We have honored people here in front of us with proclamations. We have done other things, but a park, for me, naming a park is pretty much forever. if not done for political reasons, a prisoner of war, something that is, something that we really want to honor an individual that did something over and beyond. If there was a police officer that went over and beyond and maybe gave his life, it did something very special that we want to remember 30 years from now, I think that might raise to the level. And again, nothing against the people named. I don't see it. Secondly, I think parks should be geographically to a certain extent. If there was a neighborhood name, if it was some way to tie it to that area, not that it only serves that area, but some geographic area, I wouldn't mind that. If there was a group that we wanted to honor, I mean, if we wanted to honor, some of these were veterans, if we wanted to call a veterans park, we have our Veterans Memorial, but so I'm not sure either the parks that we're looking at is appropriate. These parks also aren't built. So for example, if there was a park that had beautiful azaleas and we called it Azalea Park and we just pumped azaleas into that piece of land and called that Azalea Park, that would be appropriate to me because you're then naming the land over an amenity that you want to foster forever. Or Magnolia Park or some other aspect of that, I think would be appropriate because you're tying the name back to a function of the park. Going through some of these other names, again, I'm okay with some of these, again, Poetry Park, Preservation Park. Again, I don't know, I'd have to understand the rationale or what you're going to do with it. I don't know, I guess looking to see more, I'm looking at some of these names, the Oak Alley Park. I don't understand some of them, but if there was a way in which, again, for example, my azalea idea, if there was Azalea Park and it was the most beautiful place in May and it was, filled with photo opportunities for prom, that would be awesome for me, right? But that's just my way of looking at it. I look forward to everybody else's comments, but I do agree with the naming aspect. For me, I don't feel comfortable picking one over another. There's lots of quality people in this and who have served in this fine city, and I want to honor them all, but I don't think honoring one for a piece of land that should live forever is appropriate to me. Thank you.
Joe.
Yeah, I'll do take big both what Mayor and John said there as well. Those individuals have done wonderful things in our community and outstanding contributions to that. I would lean more towards natural, cultural, historical, geographical. So the natural feature, where are we in geography? I know in Duluth, they've got a little marker. It's a subset, but it's like they're on the Eastern Continental Divide of the water flows. It's interesting geography, right? We have the Hightower Trail here. Right? What about history before, 1820? What did this land exist like? A tie-in to the geography, to the nature, to the physiological. I know we're in the Piedmont Range or the Valley Ridge. I'm looking at geography, just something interesting like that, tying in natural, cultural, historical, geographical. I would, the creek, the Cherokee, whatever. I agree that people have done tons of great things, and I like the idea of we have a peace garden with the nature setting in the back of Vermac, and there's a butterfly garden and a waterfall, and you can meditate back there, and it's named after an individual, that kind of place. Sure. So thank you. But anyway, yeah.
It's been long.
I agree about the people's names. I think they end up being subtly exclusionary, and I vote no on that. I also don't enjoy I guess I'm looking for an imaginative name, something that we can all appreciate. You know that I submitted a large number of these, but I picked I did.
Yeah.
I had a lot to say.
This is Catherine's agenda item.
I picked a lot of no, I didn't know. Native plants and some things tied to Cherokee items, such, to get to that history. So, I think, what I'm looking for, but I would reject something like Roberts Park, Vermac Park, Austin Park. I just feel like, yes, it is super, super boring. And I'd like to do a little better than that.
Rob.
how do I follow all these great ideas?
Right. Ideas.
I think we've definitely shot down the names. My note was definitely not politicians, but I don't have a strong opinion about that. I'll stick with the, no jokes. Obviously, we're not gonna have parking with Park Face Park, right? No, it's on there. It's on there somewhere. But I appreciate you wanted to show the full list, but so obviously not this. And then things that are to me overly generic, municipal park to me seems overly generic, for example. I'll stick with the, geographic features or locations. I don't have the same hesitation to name a park Vermac Park that's on Vermac Road that others might have. But that's not a strong opinion. But unique features, if there's something unique to that area historically or currently, if for some reason we had a park that had the water tower in it, then Tower Park might be an appropriate name, for example. Anyway, I don't have too much to add. Everybody's already got some pretty good ideas they've shared.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll basically echo what's already been said, and won't really add too much to it. The only thing I will contribute, I like the idea of, there is some history in the area, and if we could do a historical element to it, that would be great. I liked the spirit of some of the Native American names. However, I would caution, not just with that, but with any name, that it's something that's easy to pronounce, or that, so that it's not, the park doesn't have 500 different names, different people, or adopt nicknames that maybe we don't want them to have. So, but I did like the spirit of that, but that's all I got.
Okay, so, does anybody have, so when I looked at the list, so the park that's in most critical need of a name is Perimeter Center East, because we're underway. And of all the parks, like, geography doesn't offend me so much. However, except it does there, because I'd like to think that over the history of the city that we're going to have more than one park at Perimeter. And also there's an office complex called Perimeter Center East, I think, or Perimeter, it's just, to me, it's so, but of these names that were shorted, I'm just going to throw it out there. So I really like Two Bridges Park is one, because it's a feature of the park. I might call it Two Bridges Park at Perimeter Center East, just so people know how to find it, but it doesn't have to be its official name. It can just be Two Bridges. But I'm also okay with Hickory Park. I don't know what, to John's point, I don't really know what's there. I'm not a big tree person. And so next steps is, I guess, for you to clean up these lists and come back to us, I guess. Yeah, we might, I don't know exactly how we're going to do this, but I think Councilman Lautenbacher is going to lead the effort. But I do really like Two Bridges Park, because there are two bridges there, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's what,
That
yes,
came in too, as a connection between Georgetown and Perimeter. too.
Right,
It's a
it's-
bridging of the community with the
right. I don't know,
commercial areas.
right? Because
Is there anything,
Physical and physical. of
is there anything
the site.
special about the bridges?
Oh, well, one is the Iron Bridge, the big, trail bridge coming across the creek, and the other one is just a bridge down along the natural trail that's in the park.
There's-
So one is a very big bridge and one's just a small one.
Okay, I'm just trying to think of, are we making these special bridges? I'm just trying to understand. I mean, I'm good with the name. I'm fine with the name, actually.
no, I don't. I just
wondered
I'm
if there's
okay
anything
with
special
Hickory
with the
Park too.
bridges.
Right, I'm okay with Hickory. Somebody did have Iron Bridge Park as a name, but I'm okay with Hickory Park or Poplar Park or whatever, but we just need to get this park named. The other two, it's not quite of urgency. We can figure out, maybe take a little while to figure out what the parks are going to be, kind of like some people want to wait till the baby's born to name it. And so, but this baby is almost here. So, and I'm guessing Sprinkler Park is probably not apt because
And
it's one.
We do a search on Two Bridges Park. Where is it located? Is it already in the internet somewhere?
I didn't search anything, and I'm not saying we have to decide tonight. What'd you-
Wait, if it just said Perimeter Park, because, think about it, coming from Metro Atlanta,
Right.
Perimeter's huge area,
Right,
not
nobody wants-
necessarily
right.
this, so much more defining, right? We wanna
Right.
Get something closer.
There's only one other Two Bridges, and that's in Washington State.
There you go. All right, so your next step is to bring us back a widow something down list, narrowed down, and I guess we have 6 months or so till the Perimeter Park opens.
Yeah, and I got the call from the contractor this week
Twin
about,
Bridges
they're
Park.
putting the signs in the middle, but the good thing about our signs is they can manufacture the sign and then the name is actually put on with a vinyl letter, so they can go ahead and get started on
If we
manufacturing the
named it
signs.
now, would they be able to put the name in metal or no, that's not how they do it?
It's gonna be a metal sign, it'll
Okay.
be like our standard park sign.
Okay.
It's just the way that it's
Okay.
applied is a vinyl
I mean,
adhered.
sassafras is cute too.
So, one thing I will point out.
Are there sassafras trees there?
There could be.
Okay, right. Right, exactly. And there's plenty of parking.
For the ones that are Roberts, I just want to point out, a lot of the ones you're seeing, y'all may have picked up on this, is eagle, this or that, and that's because of the mascot from
Austin.
Austin.
That's kind of
So that's why
exclusionary
that was
too.
kind of
I was
a
wondering.
drive for that to be inserted in that name, which is kind of neat. It's,
Or exclusionary. I mean,
yeah,
you
that's
know, it's
true,
a
too.
community
I guess it
school.
Depends on how you look at it, but it is a historic component.
What is Light Horse Park? You have no idea because there was no reason given.
I think that's
Oh, that would be
better.
interesting. Yeah, that might be
Native
interesting.
American.
But then people would think we had horses. Okay, so we're not going to solve this tonight,
Right.
but if you,
Lighthorse was the first Cherokee police force.
oh,
That's right.
the first Cherokee police force. Right, when people come looking for an equestrian park. So, but Crossfine, all these are fine. I mean, they're all perfectly fine, except for the ones that we've eliminated.
Right.
And so, I say, bring us back the shorter list
Sure.
as an action item or one more discussion. How do we want to do this?
Can we get some others community, like some discovered Dunwoody, some people have a little bit of input, some other folks just have.
Yeah,
revisit.
They had their chance.
they did. Nah,
Everybody was afforded
Nah.
the opportunity.
man, these aren't marketing
This is more like-
opportunities. Nah.
Whittle it down rather than. make
So
it bigger.
I think that we could have it as an agenda item maybe, and everybody can rank them at home. Or does that sound like,
I like ranked voting.
and oh, three, everybody bring their top three from the list.
That'd
And
be
then
great.
if it's, but to John's point and to Catherine's, if we like the name poplar, then we need to figure out how to plant poplar trees. And I also think maybe we just want to work on perimeter center east first.
That sounds great.
So
And that'd be good as like a
then we can figure out,
trial run. For
right.
For
We
naming the others.
Right, we can figure out and the Austin site and the Vermac site, the Roberts site and the Vermac site later.
Sure.
And is it okay? Like, are we gonna be planting trees at the new perimeter center, whatever, whatever its
Yeah,
name
we
is?
have a landscape plan. for the
So if you
site.
are into tree names, keep that in mind, because you can rank them. And then, so I'll, once we put the agenda item together, I'll ask everybody to come with their top three.
Sure.
and then we'll
I'll
go.
group these in buckets, so.
Right.
Story
Well,
name,
if-
name, whatever. name.
If we plant trees, can we make sure the arborists say those are appropriate for that area? So that
Yes.
if we say,
100%. There's no reason to make,
Right.
to force an issue.
Well,
that isn't
look,
gonna
you
work.
can ask for, and we're just gonna work on perimeter center east now.
Okay.
Thank
We'll-
you.
We'll hold the other parks in
Right.
reserve till a
Till
later date
later.
and maybe solicit names for those once we figure out what
Yeah.
is gonna
But
go there.
yeah, but bring
Go ahead,
back
John.
the natural names too, like we're talking about, the
Sure.
trees, the bushes, whatever's appropriate to. As
Yes.
as options.
And if you could ask the arborist and let us know if some of those are just no-go.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
next. This is me, but it's really, I'm gonna let Councilman Lautenbacher take it. Can we share, Jay? Thank you. So we talked a little bit about this at the retreat. Jay was very kind to leave off the things I was in charge of from the update on the retreat.
Mhm.
But I've done some of them, just that, I talked to the CEO.
Mission and vision. Nope, that's a bike. It was up there and it's now disappeared. You'll have to excuse me 1 second. Ah, there it is. Yeah.
All yours.
Thank you. Dunwoody is a great city. And like every great city, it knows where it's going and it knows how it's going to get there. In broad terms and in shorthand, that is the vision and mission of a city. Our original city council came up with a vision and a mission, as well as a list of values. And those values are followed to this day, and we are not proposing any change there. But I did ask the mayor if we could look at updating the vision and the mission to modernize and clarify it for right now. So this vision and mission was proposed, it was put before the council at the retreat. Council and senior staff had input into it. And I ask for your consideration for its adoption now.
Okay, so this is discussion today. We're not voting. So questions or comments or thoughts? Rob?
I don't really have a strong opinion. I have seen some advocating for keeping what we have. I think simplicity is sometimes better, though. So I think I might tend towards simplicity, but I honestly don't have a very strong opinion on this.
Tom, you have anything to add?
I think it's always good to periodically check in and update, and I agree with simplicity is good. The only question I have is with the proposed statement. It seems to me more of a statement of who we are and not what we aspire to be, and I just and it may just be in the tense of how it's worded. Maybe if the tense of the instead of is or will, it was changed to will be, and I don't know. I'm just it might be simple semantics there, but I believe the vision statement is forward thinking, and I'm not saying that the statement isn't forward thinking, but perhaps the tense isn't. I don't know. It might be a very simple fix. That's the only comment I have on it, but the spirit of it is good.
Anybody down here have anything to say? I can't scroll, so. No, that's fine. You don't need to scroll because that's next. Sorry.
So I'll just say full disclosure where I look at just getting things done and focusing on our feedback from our retreat and stuff is huge, right? And I've gone through these exercises before where you have a facilitator and they talk about what is a vision, and you're spending like a half a day at least just focused on just doing a vision and mission statement. So I'm kind of respectfully neutral in making a change for the sake of making a change. I just need to have a little bit more of the discussion. So right now we're looking at this vision statement here. I downloaded from what was posted on the city's website. It was a different packet. So I have a different. That's correct.
Right. So we're not voting today. So the city packet had the current, it didn't have the proposed.
I read I downloaded from the city's packet. I have a bullet point here of this long thing. That's what I read coming into tonight.
Right.
So I didn't see didn't go back to what we had presented. I didn't look at John's blog. So I think I'm looking at 3 different versions of a vision statement right now.
No, I don't think you are. The one that should have been in the city packet should match the current.
It just
vision
takes off the
statement.
first 2 Wikipedia sentences.
Oh,
It is-
okay.
It's roughly the same.
It's roughly the same.
All right, so it's rough. Okay, all right. So now I don't want to take up too much folks' time here. I will be kind of neutral. I'm not being negative on it. Please don't say that. I'm going to listen here and just see where we're going. Okay, thanks.
John.
Yeah, again, I'm with Joe in the sense, I'm a little confused. I purposely just went to the city website, pulled up the city agenda packet and have a whole different vision versus what's in front of me. And it seems like a lot more. So I'm looking at our original vision, and it's got some historical things in there, and it tells where we are, like the Wikipedia aspect of it. Whether that's appropriate or not, I don't know, but it's not wrong. If you want to shorten it a little bit. I'm okay with some cutting a few things out. I'm just trying to think the vision is forward looking. As Tom states that, it's, I'm not sure that what's up on the screen right now is cutting it. I don't know. I was part of the original. I approved what we have in the current version and I'm okay modifying it a little bit, shortening it down a little bit, but I also want to respect the historical aspect of it. So I'm wavering and I'm still trying to understand what is in the city packet. Still has a whole lot more information than what we have on the screen
Let me
as the
look.
proposed.
Hold. Let me look. No, right, because it's the, oh,
One slide or one slide.
right, no, I'm looking at it.
So that's where my confusion goes.
Wait a minute. I think I
If you
might-
take off the first two sentences of what is on our screen.
Jay, could you
and
do us a
get to the
favor and please
packet.
pull up the packet so that
Oh,
people
wait, I'm looking at
online
the
can
mission
watch? and
The
statement.
see what-
same, I mean,
Yeah.
it's just cutting off the first two sentences. The packet cuts off the sentences from the slide. The first two sentences are part of what is on the website, the current
Right,
vision.
so it's the same except for the wicked, like the history stuff, the city was.
So I didn't
formed.
know what the proposed was. I apologize for not going back to the retreat.
No, that's
packet.
okay. We should have put it in the packet and we can delay this and talk about it again in 2 weeks. I think that one of the questions is right, the verb, it's supposed to be aspirational, so the verb in a proposed should be changed to will or, is whatever. But so I looked, so we can shorten the aspirations. We have a lot of words here that to me don't feel very modern or contemporary, but maybe they kind of feel old fashioned. So maybe the exercise we need to go through, and I don't think we, clearly because we didn't have it in the packet and we can come back to it, is what are our key, what is it that we want to be that can be, this just needs to be shortened.
Well, what if I got back with everybody individually after they had a chance to
Yes.
look at this? But I assure you, a vision should not be a paragraph.
Right,
Jay, can you put on the vision? Sorry,
Sorry about that.
it's okay.
right.
It is, I do the nonprofit, every nonprofit I'm in, we have it, we refine it. We regularly look at it, like every 3 years, we're looking at it to ensure that it's
So-
what we are trying to achieve.
Mhm. And I think that, and so I think we can continue to talk about this. We can continue to work on it, but I do think it needs to be refreshed.
Yeah.
And I do think some of what's in here is a response to what we came from when we became a city.
Mhm.
And it was written in response to DeKalb County. And we're 13 years out. It's not saying that those values aren't still really important, but how do we make it so that we're the vibrant, whatever?
And
We have
the-
some of those words.
The value statement is still there. That is
Right.
in no way changing what underpins the strength of the city. This is simply looking at a more modern and clarifying message.
And if I could just now that, and I do appreciate, it's shouting out values, family life. It's got religious institutions and I'm kind of like, I forget what that preamble in the US Constitution talks about in Article 1 and so on, but that kind of level. And if I'm a single person, am I invited to live here in Dunwoody reading this value? I get it. So yeah, if we can kind of.
So I think rather than focus on this tonight, Councilwoman Lautenbacher is going to take the lead on this when she's through with naming parks and work with everybody, and we'll come back to this at a time thing. So we are not ignoring this from the retreat. We are working on it, just to be clear to the people that like to put notes on my desk. Mayor, did you remember you said? So, okay. Is that okay, Catherine?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but for the record, let me just say that what's on our website right now, what's up on the shortening aspect of it, I think does a pretty good job getting rid of some of the Wikipedia stuff. So I mean, from that perspective, I think it's an okay start. I just, let's keep talking. So as an original, I'm trying to think it all through.
Okay. All right. So Catherine's going to take that on now, Mr. Vinicki,
Moving on to the next item.
right? We could let Richard go before you, but we won't. We want
You,
to,
you can gladly move him around. It would.
except
let
I
you-
don't think he's in here. We should have thought of that earlier. Oh, here.
Trust me, he will jump up at the
Right,
chance to go
it's,
before this.
sorry, we should have.
Scurrying up.
Nope, I know, it's fine. You've got your screen up. Just go ahead and start. We should think about that in order next time.
It was-
Like,
I was supposed to go dead last. It somehow got.
and we should have been, like, we all have to be here till the end. So the vision and mission could have been dead last too, whatever. Keep going.
Council members, tell me when you can see it.
We can see it.
Part of the things for the discussion for the past few months with this council has been whether or not to develop a capital project list, and from that, an unfunded list, and from that, looking at possible bond issuance. Well, one of the things we wanted to come back as staff to everybody in a relatively quick time frame. In other words, be able to take a pause, get our breath, come back a few weeks later, is to talk about the way forward with this. This is not saying the recommendation to do this. It's not saying the recommendation is not to do this. What it is if this is the path the council wishes to take, this is a recommendation for the way to go forward. Part of it, let's recap what happened. Council held a retreat March 21st, 22nd. Discussions at that retreat focused on various financial topics, including the operational millage rate and bonding capital project. The discussion led to the creation of two separate committees, one of which was the Capital Committee, which held hearings along with that topic being capital projects. And this was also addressed at town halls. It got staff into looking at actually how many times we went through this. And we found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 separate town hall committee meetings or items at council meetings where bonding or capital projects was discussed between April 11th and July 25th. So let's say a lot of input was given. Input from citizens, input from council members, input from staff. There was a great deal of discussion. Now, at the end of this, no action was done for this year. However, staff heard a lot, and what we'd like to do tonight is go back and recap what we heard. And again, this is staff hearing, council input, and citizen input. In the input, what we heard, and again, this is what we heard, not a consensus per se. 5 things. 1, there was a focus on parks during the discussion. 2nd, there was a focus on trails. The 3rd part of this is those two might be mutually exclusive. In other words, and in layman's speak, they would be 2 separate bond questions. Now you could combine because trails are somewhat amorphous and you can throw them into parks or throw them into transportation as long as you're consistent. But it seemed to be that those were 2 different discussions. 4th point we heard on occasion, not high level all the time, was land acquisition. It was mentioned frequently, but not at the level of parks by themselves or trails by themselves. And the 5th one, and this is a very weak maybe some transportation issues. One of the things we'll show a little bit later is SPLOS, which is primarily used for transportation in Dunwoody, will also be up for a vote in 2023. So a bond at the same time as SPLOS, it gets in a little bit of are we looking for more than we can handle? It was mentioned, but was not a high priority. Part of today's purpose also, what we heard from feedback was that if we go forward with this as a city, is to look at the creation of a citizen committee. It's brought up quite frequently. Now, this could be of any form, but staff is recommending that if this is the method, that we go with 1 citizen representative from each member on mayor and council, so a 7-member citizen committee. And part of doing any committee thing is to give them direction. So in other words, don't just create a committee and say, congratulations, you're a group. Part of the recommendation is the directive of the committee is to review what you're seeing tonight and for them to look back, is this also what they heard? Because what you're seeing tonight is what staff heard. It is important to hear what the citizens themselves heard to give the 7 of you collective feedback in that. So that would be what our recommendation for direction if a citizen committee is on. Their first step, their charge, is this what you heard as citizens at these meetings we had? Is this what you've heard from outside of here? Now, staff's initial recommendations are based off what we heard. So again, this is not, I'm going to say, a hard staff recommendation. This is the beginning point of a discussion. And that's what we want to get in tonight. Is this discussion, is this the right path? Staff recommends that the council explore, and we chose those words very specifically. We're not recommending that you do. We're recommending that you explore. A bond of approximately 30 million, that seems to be the price point where we've started to get in discussions to develop Austin. And if we had named the parks, this would be easier, but that's for another day. Austin, Vermac, and again, a smaller one off of Brook Run. One of the things we kept hearing was Brook Run is done. Could things be improved? Are there amenities needing to be added? Yes. So maybe complete Austin, complete Vermac, and look at what we're missing at Brook Run now. So to accomplish this, council needs to take an action that would help foster the process. And that's approve the current master plans or modified version for the Austin site, for the Vermac site, and also a subset, not changing the Brook Run plan, but essentially saying these would be in conjunction with Austin and Vermac, the other things we would look at. So that would be the first initial recommendation for exploration. The second one, same size bond for 30 million to develop a citywide trail system. Now, based off the bike ped discussion just about a half hour ago, we're going to change the timelines you're about to see in here, but still something close to it. Originally, what we were looking at is adopting the core trail system, the northeast southwest that Michael talked about earlier, as one action, and then starting and adopting a citywide trail plan, usually probably by the 2023 retreat. Now, this is in conjunction, you're going to see a timeline in a little bit about here about how we will enter into a contract with the Path Foundation and how the timeline with that would work, again, with modifications based upon the feedback we just got. Now, one other option staff is saying just to consider if you start to look at a trail system, since transportations and no huge transportation project was mentioned out there, you can combine trails with transportation as long as you're consistent with it. And one of the things that we looked at as far as big projects that could be completed is the city's sidewalk system. An additional $20 million, and again, it's not a recommendation, it's a recommendation to explore. If the city proceeds with a trail system, if it wanted to tie it to transportation, it could also tie in a sidewalk system citywide for it, which is one of those where they can walk hand in hand. Again, council may not want to go that way, and that's one of the things I would recommend for exploration, is that it would become a $50 million trail/transportation bond, which would then also include completion of the city's sidewalk program. One of the things that happens is, again, transportation tied to SPLOST, same vote, same year. However, city sidewalks and trails go more in hand to hand than road improvements. The third one we had on here is recommending the council explore if there is need for issuance of $10 million for land acquisition with what the intent of the future acquisition will encompass. Almost all the times for recreational activities. There are some other limited ones where you could, but that's a third thing for the council to look at exploring. The next one is exploring if there is a need for an outright transportation bond for next year. The SPLOST vote will be on the November ballot, which would be the timing for this. And the city, while it plans to advocate for what I'm going to call big boy SPLOST, right now we're limited in what we can use it for. Even if we could advocate for larger, if a parks bond is on the ballot and a trail system is on the ballot, more than likely, even if we could go into the parks, we would still, as a staff, recommend looking at transportation as the predominant use of SPLOST. Though I always advocate safety, repair, and maintenance is all public safety, repair, and maintenance need to be included as is. So what is needed from this? And part of this will change just a little bit, but there are some actions recommended for council in the timeline you're about to see. And what they are is certain deliverables by council. One is the core trail system plan and the citywide trail system plan. And as we discussed just a second ago, we're going to start morphing those into one, but we need to start the ball rolling on that so that that plan is in hand when discussions are held at the retreat next year. So even if it's not a completed citywide trail plan, it's predominantly completed so that you can look at it and point and say, this is what we're looking for. 3 other deliverables, as we mentioned earlier: adoption of a master plan for Austin, for Vermac, and for Brook Run, just basically acknowledgement of it. Here's a shorter list of priority projects that we go there. Do not change. We're not advocating changing the plan. We're just advocating looking at it and prioritizing what the city would want there, given the plans being completed in the other 2. Now, looking at the proposed timeline, one typo and a slight change here, but it's September 19th is when we were going to present the core trail plan that was requested at the retreat, and the approval of the citywide trail, not plan, but plan contract, missing one word there that's vitally important, planned to be on the September 19th. If we can move it to the next meeting, we will. Again, we're looking at the contractual aspects of it. So either the first or second meeting of September now would be just approval of the path contract, and they can start to engage. Then the first October meeting, presentations of the Austin and Vermac master plans, and a presentation of Brook Run priorities by staff for council for full discussion. And no, at this point, given the feedback we've had, approval of a core trail plan, because now it looks like that will morph into the citywide one. So on October 10th, the only thing on the agenda from this part would be the presentations of those master plans with approval of them at the second meeting of October. So in other words, start looking at them. We have them. We've gotten feedback formally and informally, but start to look at that for approval in the later half of October. Now you're going to jump to 2023 because you would have those in hand. At that time in 2023, February, have a presentation, an early draft of the citywide trail system, something that feedback can be given, something that can be chewed on by the public. And then in March, at the council retreat, then an updated one. I don't like to use the term 90% completed, but 90% completed or as close as we can to then, so that the discussion at the retreat can focus on bond options, also focus on SPLOST renewal. So in that case, we are, this is August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March. You're over half a year away from it. It's a lot of time, but it's also not much time, but it gives us a plan to go forward on. This discussion in March, council can go through, we can adopt whatever we need to in April, and then in May, adoption of the full trail system and a council vote on a bond resolution if it chooses to do so at that time, whether it chooses to do 1, 2, 3 different votes, combine them, delay them, whatever the options are, put it on the option on the dais for May of 2023 with a citizen vote in November. And with that, I am welcoming all the feedback you have.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Jay, for the presentation and keeping us on track with this. I think this is critical. I mentioned it when we decided to not pursue a bond this year, that we stay on track and not push it down the road too far. Otherwise, we'd find ourselves in the same position. So I think this timeline is the most critical part of this. And what's important to me is that the heavy lifting is done prior to the retreat, and this timeline puts us there so that we could have that robust discussion at the retreat and emerge from there basically knowing, yes, we're going to move forward with this, or no, we are not. And then from that point, it's just dotting I's and crossing T's as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I know we will have a little bit of a wait to get a finalized plan from Path, but at that point, we're good to go. I like the idea of the citizen committee on the parks or on the projects. You know, my only 2 comments of that are that they have a very specific mandate, that they know, and you alluded to this when you were presenting, that they know exactly what they're there to discuss. They have a task and run with it, and that also that they have a very prescribed timeline as well, so that their work is completed. Like they have a drop dead date, whether that's December, whether that's January, whatever time that they need to get that back to staff to take their recommendations and prepare it for the retreat. But that, you know, that this isn't something that can go on in perpetuity, that this is on this date, you are finished one way or another. And hopefully you've completed all of the work you set out to do. But I appreciate this. I think this is what we were missing this year, as far as getting all of these projects approved and done. And now we will be able to present, hopefully, the public with a much more detailed plan moving forward. So thank you. And that's all I have.
Rob.
Okay, a lot of these are just kind of my thoughts and observations. And the first, you know, there's a lot of big numbers being bantered about. I think as we get further along the process, we'll get an idea of where the numbers are heading. But I just want to throw out the idea that we need to be realistic about our ask. It should be enough that we can accomplish, but I don't think we can just pile money upon money and try to get this is not an unlimited wish list. This, I think, should be a very realistic wish list. I do also want to make the observation, the initial discussion to break apart the trails and the parks was an effort to try to save an effort for this year. I personally think it works better as one ask. That's just my opinion. I like the idea of a citizen committee. I would like if there was some way to coordinate amongst ourselves to make sure that we have some diversity on that committee. Just in terms of everything, age, people with young children are going to have different ideas than our senior citizens, for example. And I think it's anytime you have more diversity, you get a better outcome on groups. And then the last one is just, I like the idea of a land acquisition component. My preference would be that we indicate if we're going to have that it'd be a preference for like a Dunwoody Village or perimeter area or an area that's underserved by parks currently in our city. Kind of a focus on where we really want it rather than if we just happen to find an available parcel. I think we need to be very focused about that. Anyway, those are my kind of initial thoughts.
Catherine.
Thanks for laying out a timeline. I work very well against a timeline and I appreciate that. I think that leads us in the right direction. And I think that's what we would have needed this year to go forward. So I love it. Thanks.
Joe.
Yeah, thank you, Jay. I got some comments, got some questions. I'd like to ask the folks up here, plus Stacy, that we come to a deadline on this where we say, in principle, agree on the level of specificity that we're going to be fine with, the level of detail that we're going to be fine with to put something on a bond list. Okay. So I'd like to put that up there, Jay, if you could have that on our to-do as well, that we all sit down and say, okay, concept design with some drawings and some bullet points, is that good? Or, what level of specificity are we looking for when we see what the deliverables are, those consultants on the trailway, on the path? I'd just like to come to some kind of consensus on that in the future before we move forward further down. Okay. I thank you for the timeline. I'm a big proponent of keeping us in communication as well. I know we have our public facing meetings. I'm a proponent of having some check-ins. If we have to have work done individually in between meetings or so on, let's keep that communication flow moving. If Jay, you're the lead project manager on this, then you're going to be the lead PM that we're going to communicate through you. If we need to have a dedicated focused work session set aside, let's do that, right? Let's work in between if we need to, not just twice a month. Remember, it just takes 3 council members to call a special called meeting, or we just have our little subcommittees to keep moving. So, we called some on our capital projects committee, right? We called a couple separate set-asides. So if we need to do that as well, I believe, like, for instance, back to the Vermac and Austin properties, if you're setting aside October 10th for a presentation, and then the next one we're going to vote up or down. I'd like to have a separate conversation about what we really want to do. Do we want to sit down and have another pause for some public feedback potentially? Have we got some stakeholders involved that we can set a deadline, but is October 10th, and then approving it in the second meeting in October, is that a good aggressive timeline, or do we want to bring in more feedback on that? Or, these are just conceptual thoughts here that I'm thinking of a subcommittee or whatnot. And if we're going to have our retreat in March 2023 instead of in January, February, obviously we're checking in, right? But I'm a big strategic planner aside from the bond, and if we have the same folks on council in January and we're waiting till March to talk about strategic initiatives for the year of 2023, are we starting 90 days later than we could? Just to have a retreat, and then if we have a work session, just to focus on the bond, right? Just have an evening, have a separate call meeting for focusing on the bond or something over a series of some evenings or something potentially. That's just a thought, right? Instead of waiting till March. I also, like, a little bit with Rob's conversation, I'm not interested in starting the process with putting a price tag. Rather, let's bring forward the process with the projects then work backwards with a number. So, but anyway, I'm glad that this is happening. Thank you.
John.
I'm looking forward to the presentations. I'm looking forward to the things moving forward in the sense of the plans. I like specifics. I want to know what's happening at Austin and Vermac. The community, more importantly, wants to know what's happening at Austin and Vermac. So those approval plans should be, pretty well detailed. On top of that, there's conversations that I think may be happening on what's in our Parks Master Plan for Brook Run. What amenities are we taking out? What are we putting in? If there needs to be an update, there needs to be an update on those types of things, including, splash pads. Are we thinking about it, putting them in other parks? Those types of conversations need to be had. And if we need to update our Parks Master Plan or tweak it just a bit in order to have the community know what the intention of this council is, then we should do that. I don't think that's been mentioned in these things. So I would like to see those conversations be had. And again, talking about the amount of money at this point is irrelevant because we don't know the projects. So to me, give me projects, give me plans, give me specificity, and then we can have discussions with the community on their wishes and desires on how to fund it, if at all. Thank you.
Okay. So I want to talk about next steps from my perspective, but I also want to say that with Brook Run and other existing plans, like a sidewalk plan, you can pick and choose. Unless you're creating new projects, the list is already there for Brook Run, just throwing that out there, or if we were going to do an improvement somewhere else. I like specifics. I think the voters like specifics, especially because this is the first time we're going out. So my intention is, and I have sort of shared with some of you as I run into you, that my intention is to form a citizen, I don't totally have the name figured out yet, but a capital improvement project citizen advisory committee. And I was going to ask you each for one name. Rob raises an interesting point, and so I need 48 hours to figure out how best to ensure that we have a good mix of Representative Dunwoody. And so and then I've asked Tom Lambert to sort of be the liaison, and before you can ask people, I want you to know when the committee's going to meet, what their meeting schedule looks like, and when it's going to end. This is not going to be, I have a flow chart that I found that we will figure out how it all fits together, that in these weeks they're doing this and in this week's, and then it comes, and at the end, they may not recommend anything. And it's not about the bond, rather it's for them to vet. And I'll give you an example of how this worked. And some of you have heard this, and I'm really sorry. There was a city that used this, and they had an old ice hockey arena, which I love examples that are not relevant to us at all. They had an old ice hockey arena that needed a big renovation. And one of the plans in their capital plan was to renovate it X number of years from now. It was going to cost this much money. And what the capital improvement project recommended was, look, we get it. The whole thing needs to be renovated, but we want you to find X amount of money now to do the bathrooms. And so that's just one example. And then the rest could go on a bond down the road. But that's the kind of feedback we potentially may get. They may say, you need to do all the sidewalks that are left near schools, and you need to figure out how you're going to pay for it. But that should be your number one priority. I don't know what they're going to say, but we want to, but I'll be coming to you in the next 48 hours or so, because I've got a busy, kind of crazy few days, with a plan on how you are to pick, recommend person or people to me, and then we'll go from there, if that's okay. I have to make it bigger than I thought it was. And so, and then they will meet. It will approve it in September, and they will meet for this will not be a never ending committee. We'll have dates, and staff will make presentations, and they'll be open to the public, and they can ask questions. Maybe there's a field trip, probably not, because it's whatever, but there could be, and we'll go from there. If that's okay with y'all, that's my plan. So anybody have any other questions? Appreciate it.
Good, thank you.
Sorry, Richard.
Yeah, I didn't run fast enough.
He got his
Ne-
PowerPoint up first.
Yeah, I know. Next time I know. So
Mhm.
run faster. So here tonight to present the budget amendment for this fiscal year 2022. So it's in two exhibits. Exhibit A is for the general fund, confiscated asset fund, SPOS fund, hotel motel, motor vehicle excess tax. I won't run through each individual one. Hopefully the packet summed up everything. I would just say on the expenditure side, a lot of the adjustments in the general fund are to fund positions that we've converted from contractor to full-time. Fund the increase in property, increased coverage in our property liability insurance. Let's see, fund the study of the police department. We awarded a couple of agenda items ago. Fund professional services for the street grid that's ongoing. Fund the infrastructure improvements at Waterford Park. So that, and then so how we're funding those expenditure increases are with increases in revenue that we've seen so far this year. Hotel motel stronger than we expected. Not still at pre-pandemic levels, but we have seen an uptick in it.
And they have had record-breaking room nights for the last couple of months, not rates, but nights, but that's good.
Correct, yes. So-
Record-breaking from the city's inception, number of rooms, but not rates.
Correct. So we have seen an uptick in revenue because of that, but again, not at the pre-pandemic levels. Let's see, we've seen higher recreation program fees than we budgeted, and then higher permitting activity. That's the buildings, structure and equipment, or otherwise the permitting activity. Majority of that is related to High Street, but we've seen stronger revenue there. So that's how we're offsetting some of the general fund. Well, that's how we're offsetting all of the general fund increases that are in there. Just to highlight a couple on the other ones, again, hotel motel for the other fund, that's where it's overall, not just the transfer to the general fund, but the overall hotel motel increase is about 875,000 that we're proposing here. 37.5% goes to general fund, 43.75% goes to Discover Dunwoody. The remaining stays within that fund for capital projects related work. And then SPLOST also, we've seen stronger than we budgeted collections there as well. So we're going to increase revenue and expenses by about $700,000 in this proposal. So that's Exhibit A to cover those. Exhibit B was we identified some internal funding to fund the workers' comp audit. That was about a little bit over $17,000 in adjustments that resulted from that. And then we're going to fund the 4% employee across the board raises that took effect in July, as well as the selected 6% raises. So we identified some savings within the general fund to fund all of those. So that's Exhibit B. So that's how the budget amendment was laid out. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, this time, John.
No questions. I was looking at the pluses and minuses going from contractor to reducing the salaries and the overhead, but increasing. And I'm seeing those. Nothing's jumping out at me as being inappropriate or things that we haven't already discussed. So I guess what I'm saying is good job, no issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe.
Hey, Richard, thanks for everything together there, and you can see the exhibits and their attachments and so on. So that's good. I was just running the numbers and bottom line it. So next time is like the classes, it's always tell me the good news, right? And so I started going through you have the revenues, your expenditures, and then you have a third bucket. So I actually was like totaling them up, and I'm like looking at it. So there's expenditures that are new, but then there's decreased expenditures. So that's a positive. And then there's just the total revenue. And then the third bucket is budget adjustments. I was just trying to simple bottom line it. Are we bringing in it? Are we netting additional, or is a net reduction? My rough estimate is it's a net reduction of about $137,000 net reduction of general funds. Is this about accurate?
Well, so the general fund increases are all the revenue equals the expenditure increases. And then for the savings to fund the pay raises, we use the savings to offset those. So the bottom line impact is zero. So there is currently revenue is going up $900,000, but approximately, but we're offsetting that with the increases in expenditures. So the net effect is zero.
The net effect is zero because you're modifying the budget,
Yes.
right? But if I were just looking at revenue expenditure, looks like we're spending more than we adjusted the budget to show that we're spending more than this adjustment is accounting.
So maybe we take it offline. I think I know
Okay.
what you're showing there.
All right,
The
fine.
hotel motel, there is some that stays within that fund and I didn't
Yeah,
show all of
fair
that.
enough.
So
But
that could be it.
Hey, at the end of the day, you said, we've got 8 months of fund balance still left over, okay, which is like, right. All right, well, anyway, thanks much. I just kind of got into the weeds a little bit.
Catherine? Rob, nothing, Tom?
Yeah, I just have one question. Item M, on the list, deals with the professional services for the grid pattern in the village. We haven't had that. Does that require a vote, or is this the vote in essence to fund that? Like, is that amount something that we need to have a discussion and presentation and vote on prior to this amendment?
I believe we've awarded, because if I'm not mistaken, Michael had referenced the award for the street grid earlier this.
Don't remember. I don't remember.
And so I think
Did
we're just.
we have that contract? Someone should check and get back to
We'll
us,
double check
please.
that. Do you remember, Jay?
Kimley Horn?
Slightly on record, I think we're okay with that, but I will double check.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that because I don't remember a specific vote on that and want to make sure we're in line with everything we need to do. Other than that, thank you, Richard.
Is that it? So I have a quick question about particularly hotel motel tax.
Sure.
So you said, is the budget adjustment anticipated revenue or is that actual revenue on item number R?
Sure. So far, our budget for 2022 for the full year of hotel motel and the hotel motel fund for hotel motel revenue was $2 million. Actuals through June was $2 million. So we've already hit our budget, but a revenue target that we budgeted for the year. So yes, based on our historical or our monthly collection rate so far this year, we are comfortable increasing revenue by at least another $875,000. And that's what this adjustment is for.
And then this question may not be for you. With the increased revenue for SPOS, has that already been allocated? How does that work? So it said budget adjustments of 700,000 to both revenue and expenditures for the SPOS fund are included.
So what we've done is, so we're increasing revenue by $700,000 based on the referendum. $200,000 of it's going to go toward police, $500,000 of it will be available for public works. We have not identified specific projects, and we're going to come back to you with those.
Okay.
We know
that's
some
what I thought.
projects, or we've got some
Right.
items that we know are going
List.
to need to be addressed. But
Okay.
we're going to come to you, back to council when I say you, to determine next steps in terms of how to best allocate that money.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Can this be consent? Is that allowed? Yeah, I'm sure. Okay. All right, consent. That's kind of, all right. Yeah, yes, we'll get that. Yes, we'll get that answer. Thank you for reminding. Public comment. I have a question for Chief and Richard, actually. I want to make sure, once again, because I want to say it all the time, that you have all the financial resources that you need for police. Okay, thank you. Yes, the answer was yes. Okay. City manager comments.
No comments, Mayor. Looking forward to the moving to keep going or moving forward. I'm using that word twice with all the items we had tonight, especially the bond discussion and moving towards the retreat. So we'll do our part of it as staff, and I appreciate y'all's time on all that tonight. We do not need an executive session.
Okay. Council comments, John, Joe.
For the greater public out there, there's a lot of rhetoric you hear out on the news and stuff, and we're very nonpartisan, bipartisan, working with our neighbors and community here. And when you hear things, just kind of take a breath and evaluate and don't get into the rhetoric, please, and just try to think about what your neighbors are doing. And when you talk to people, just be nice and be friendly and listen more and scream less. How about that sound? Just have empathy towards your citizens and just kind of tone down the rhetoric, please. Thank you.
Catherine, Rob, anything? Tom? Okay, so I just wanted to give council an update on one of the programs we have funded with ARP money, which was the Corners Summer Program. And they serve 286 students from preschool to seniors in high school. And then we're still getting the data from them, but in reading, 91% made significant progress in their reading, 55% demonstrated growth into the next grade level, 20% caught up to their previous grade level, and 16% didn't fully catch up, but did progress beyond where they were at the beginning of summer. We are following up with the 9% who showed no progression to create individual learning plans and address their lack of progression. And I'm just going to read you the words. This kind of reading progression is huge for our students, and this would not have been possible without your investment. And if you want more details, we can connect, and we didn't get the details for math, so I think those are still coming. And in addition, they have already increased by 50 students for their for their after school program, which allows them to continue the work that they started this summer. So big impact, everybody. So thank you. And with that, I need a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Moved by Joe, second by Catherine. All in favor, say aye. We stand adjourned. Does he know? Eric, does he? It's still on.